Sec Arena game mode. Letter C, it's the Stay in City Realm. Or letter D, it's the Top Protege game mode. So, what is it? I think this is a very easy answer.
Especially if you're playing every day.
Yeah, especially if you're playing every day. Or you just read the question, it's already... I think it's too obvious, like, what game mode it is.
That's true, that's true. So, guys, get the correct answer. I hope nobody gets the wrong answer. Because, you know, we all love to get a share of those Divine Jades. And we all love prizes. And we love having fun. Tonight, of course, we're just warming up. We're just waiting for those games to start. While our players are preparing, you know, it's our time to, like, break some ice.
Yep. Especially for our viewers. Again, this is the time for you to share the stream and make sure that everyone sees the matches happening today. Alright, because once we have the matches, it will be, you know, all the way, it will just go all the way until the very end. So it's really good that we still have these icebreakers. So the correct answer is the Stay on City Realm. So again, it's letter C. And yeah, it's one of the newest game modes for Revelation Mobile. It is actually the Battle Royale game mode, you know, for Revelation Mobile. So there's really a lot of activities to be going on to do actually inside the game, not just actually your traditional boss battles or even PvP or PvE content. This one leans more on an enhanced PvP experience for Revelation Mobile. Now we have our fourth question, JP. Alright, so this one, we have a question about the familiar. The question here is that which familiar gets a full 4 skill set, okay? Or skills. Alright, so is it A, the Yashin? Is it letter B, the Sansan? Is it letter C, the Lunastra? Or is it letter D, the Cottontail? This one, I totally have no idea what is the correct answer. But I do understand that familiars are an integral part, you know, of playing, playing and of course competing in Revelation Mobile, especially for classes such as the Sword Saint, you know. You really want to max out your familiars on that one. So now the question here is, which familiar get full 4 skills here? It's a specific familiar here. So especially if you don't have that one already, make sure that you have that one.
Well, actually, I am a Cottontail fanatic. You know, I don't know. I just like cute stuff. So yeah, but that doesn't mean that Cottontail is the right answer. Of course, you guys know the right answer, and you guys have like 3 seconds to answer. So again, don't forget the format. Is it 4A, 4B, 4C, or 4D? Yeah, that's how you answer.
We got the timer down, ladies and gentlemen, and the correct answer is A. Letter A, Ayashin. So congratulations to everyone who answered that, but more and bigger congratulations to the ones who answered with the correct format. Make sure that you answer with the correct format, guys. Okay? All right.
Okay. So, oh my gosh. I hope you guys enjoyed those quizzes, and well, in a few, I hope you are excited to see your favorite team, but it's just gonna be Avenger versus NVN for our first match, and you can comment it down. Oh, we still have one more question. Okay, so currently, which is the latest main story chapter of Revelation? So is it A, chapter 9, B, chapter 10, C, chapter 11, D, chapter 12? So if your apps are like open right now, you can snipe it up. You still have like 50 seconds to answer. So, oh my gosh.
Which chapter? What chapter are we in for Revelation Mobile? I hope you did not skip all the contents, especially in running the story mode or the campaigns and quest lines for Revelation Mobile. It's a usual habit of MMORPG players, but you can ask your guildmate. You know, you can ask your guildmate, you can ask a friend, you can ask anyone on your group chat so that you spot out the right answer for this. Again, just want to remind you guys that be sure to answer with the correct format. Is it chapter 9, 10, 11, 12? You know, only from chapter 9 to 12. So just one. Just pick one. What is the latest main story chapter for Revelation Mobile?
Well, I love lores. But for MMOs, mobiles, I'm sure I probably don't read them. I just press, you know, But of course, I enjoy roaming around. Okay, so it's chapter 12. Chapter 12's the right answer. Wow, we've come that far already.
Chapter 12. All right. So that is actually the latest story one. Actually, you know, even if you don't know, it kind of makes sense to choose the latest number. The latest number on that part. Yeah. But that is the chapter count for Revelations Mobile. So I guess that is, of course, all of our questions before we head on to our game, guys. Congratulations to all of the winner. We still have a lot of good stuff to be given away on this broadcast, on this live stream. So make sure that you guys are sharing the live stream. You guys are using that stream chat, okay? Not just for the giveaways, but actually to show your support for the team. Now we have our screen here with the teams for the first match getting featured. It is going to be Thailand's Avenger versus Team Vietnam's Loon Hoi. Do take note that it is Avenger that is the first seed here against Vietnam's Loon Hoi. All right.
Okay, so they're actually showing the talents here, but of course for Avenger, they have one occultist, one sword saint, one spirit shaper, and one paladin.
Yep,
I'm kind of confused with the fourth one, but it looks like they have two spirit shapers since they have the same color, but they have different talents.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're actually rolling with Spirit Shaper, but the main kicker there is actually of the Paladin. You really want to get that. You really don't want to remove that class on your composition, because the shield just brings up all the difference, especially countering, you know, some big ticket skill as well from the other side of the team. So we have the first matchup for the day. Let us see how it will unfold. Honestly, so far I'm not still like sure regarding the power levels of our characters right here, especially, or maybe in terms of the skill as well. But I highly say that this match is going to be heavily dependent, not just actually on whatever items or whatever setups they bring, but rather on their, you know, on their micro abilities, on their, you know, technical abilities actually, and the way they coordinate as a team.
Yeah, I'm actually also curious on what kind of formation they will use. Okay, so we have here from Avenger. I think they're waiting for members from Loan Hoi, but okay. Oh yeah, they have two spirit shapers.
Yeah, fight begins. Yep, on that one. First up would be onto the camera, looking at Rico here for the Avenger side. I think that is a Blade Mask. No, I think that is I think that is the Paladin onto the front side. Yep.
Yeah, that's the Paladin. Okay, and we are actually focusing here on Avenger.
Yeah, but they lost their Paladin, They lost their Paladin.
Already?
At first. But I think there was a resurrect spell on that count. From the looks of it, you're going to be seeing Loon Hoi here, of course, getting the upper hand when it comes to the heal count, when it comes to the sustain of this first match.
And as for Loan Hoi, they're actually trying to disperse in contrast to what Avenger is doing. The Avenger is actually more on the aggressive side right now, but Loan Hoi wants to distribute the damages by dispersing themselves. So Avenger, they're having a hard time trying to chase around the members of Loan Hoi.
Yep. You can actually see here that Loan Hoi is eyeing on distributing the damage properly across them. They're losing the life out of their Spirit Shaper, ladies and gentlemen, and that is already crossed out. Next target, probably as feature one, would be, of course, of the occultist. Still, our camera has its eyes set onto the Paladin of the Avenger, lacking really the damage there against Loon Hoi.
Yeah, that's true. And Loan Hoi here, they're kind of trapping Avenger already. And this is I think this is what it means when you do see members from Vietnam playing Revelation Infinity. They really know their game and they really know where to position themselves. So now the members of Avengers are slowly losing their HPs, and only one is left. So 5-man down for Avenger. Congratulations, Loan Hoi, in getting that 1 point.
Got boxed by the occultist on that one. Loan Hoi takes the first win of this first match. Again, this is just the first round of the first match. They will have to compete on a total of 6 to 9 rounds, you know, because each match has a race to 3. has a race to
Yes.
3-round win. So good spread here coming in from the side of Lon Hoi. You can actually see the occultist just maintaining his distance, whereas I think that is the sword saint or the sword mage into the front here of Team Avenger. Of course, on our camera. Oh.
Whoa, that's actually kind of a long range damage, and Lon Hoi, well, they're doing the same strategy, but like again, coming from game number 1, Avengers, they're trapped again. They're in the middle, trying to chase around members from Lon Hoi, and Lon Hoi, they know how to keep their cool. They just want to be outside the skirmish, while
This support of Lon Hoi is actually getting targeted. She was able to sustain. Now we shift our camera towards the paladin here of Lon Hoi, just staying into the front line. You can actually see how thick the shields are. This time trying to get into the back line here of Team Avenger. But compared to that round number 1, this one is not that easy compared to the round number 1 taken in by Team Lon Hoi against Avenger.
Yeah, Avenger is actually getting more aggressive compared to game number 1, and they know how to position themselves better compared to the previous game. So right now they're kind of having the upper hand. But they lost one of their members just right now. Okay, so there was a resurrection, but Lon Hoi, they still have their HPs full.
Yep. They still have their HPs full, but look at that. The support of Team Avenger is already down to his 20%. Man, I'm not sure if that can be regenerator, if that will be an issue. Look at that. That support, Spirit Shaper, within kill range, almost. I saw that health bar drop. Different story here for the backline. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in for the side of Lon Hoi, as they also have their support in critical health, in critical condition. Take note that our camera is still onto the ice here towards the paladin of Team Avenger. Spirit Shapers gets his summon. The paladin in critical health.
Yeah, I'm actually... Okay, so that is good. That is good damage taken from their paladin. But Lon Hoi, they're slowly losing their HPs in contrast to game number 1. And I don't know how long they can still hold on for this, because the Avengers, they're actually sticking together right now, combining their forces to just diminish one of Lon Hoi's members, like one by one. That's their strategy.
Yeah, that's great heal coming in from the side of Lon Hoi. Now, Lon Hoi taking the upper hand, was able to get a slay here against the support of Avenger. It's going to be a 5v4 scenario just for a short time, with the Resurrect getting casted once again for Avenger.
Yeah, but right now I don't think he's gonna be resurrected. Oh, he still can get resurrected. That's a lot of resurrection coming from Lon Hoi there. But their HPs are actually dying down. There's no AoE heal. Okay, there was the support actually had to step up, but I don't know how long they can still hold on for this. The sword mage, they lost the sword mage onto the side of Avenger. So I'm not sure about that one, if they will have decent damage right after. They also have a critical life for their paladin. It got sustained. 2 supports are still available, but I do feel that the Resurrect is still on cooldown for this. Just in an instant, just like that. What seemed to be a slow game, now Lon Hoi taking the upper hand. Box once again from the occultists, ladies and gentlemen. But still a 4v5 scenario here. Lon Hoi will just have to reconciliate their forces. Not anymore a 4v5. It's gonna be a 5v2 as the occultist and the paladin is down against Avenger. Yeah, I'm actually trying to wrap around my head around how like Lon Hoi turned that game around, and I'm actually wondering how they got the unlimited resurrections for that sword mage. That was a lot of resurrects. But we're moving on to game number 3 real quick. Avenger, they're not dispersing anymore. They just wanna keep themselves solid with that solid formation.
Very interesting technique from Lon Hoi as well. They're not really staying onto the upper platform of the stage, so they're just sending their paladin to dance around against the members of Avenger. Meanwhile, Avenger, they really want to have their camera or lens towards the members here of Lon Hoi, maintaining their control here onto the upper part of the stage. But it does feel like Avenger is not availing the lure that is coming from Lon Hoi. Rather, it is just this paladin making sure that these members of Lon Hoi are busy.
Actually, I think Luanhoi's strength here is using the two supports and then the continuous healing. They just really know where to position themselves so that everybody will be affected with those heals just in the right time. Whereas Avenger here, they're actually very dispersed, and Luanhoi is doing a good job in distracting them on where to really focus, on who to really pin down. So that's the problem coming from Avenger here.
I saw one tactic here from the side of Lonhoy. They're burning one Resurrect. After one Resurrect is burned, they started moving up the platform. They started trying to on the platform.
Yeah,
so
good observation.
Now that Avenger is a 5-man unit already, the Resurrect has cooldown and it's already available. So far, Lono is still taking a more controlled approach in fighting this one. Our camera is onto the side of the support. One of the supports here for the side of Lunhoy. You can actually see he's maintaining his distance. Lunhoy now in critical health. This is the support of Lunhoy. Went down. There was one slash on his icon right there, but he got removed for an early resurrect forced out of Lunhoy.
Yeah, they actually know how to balance that cooldown, and coming from what you said, they are really moving up the platform, and their Blade Master is down again, but I don't think he's gonna be resurrected anytime soon. Oh, 3 members down for Luanhoy. Real quick, I think Avenger here is getting 1 point. They're not planning to lose this round, this game. They still want to stay in the upper bracket.
It is just the occultist that is up on light form, but of course won't be surviving against 5 more members here of Team Avengers. It is gonna be 2-1 on our running score for the first match here between Thailand versus Vietnam. Let's go for round number 4.
Okay, so here for game number 4, we've seen the progress of Avenger in dealing with the battles from game 1 and game 2. It's just really different from there. And I hope they're able to maintain that kind of momentum from here on. Let's see if we're gonna have a game number 5 for this match.
They did one pickup here, but that is actually the Paladin of Avenger. 50% on the health of the Paladin, almost went critical. Gets a full sustain. He got the shield up as well. Coming from the side of Team Avenger, Lono is still holding back, trying to get the timings down. It is gonna be one hit there.
Whoa!
There's a resurrect force out of Lonoy. There's a resurrect force out of Lonoy. Look at the health bars here of Lonoy. They're losing this one heavily.
Yeah, actually, it's not confusing for Avenger anymore because they already know who to take down first. And usually it's always that Blade Master that they want to kill. They're using all of their energy, their skills, just to make sure that he's gone. And once he's gone, it's easier for them to kill off the other members. They just need to make sure that the Resurrect won't be available when they do it. So let's see, because the HP of that Blade Master is actually totally low.
Yep.
Right now.
In critical health, actually, right now, Lonhoy is able to answer as well with their own ultimate counts. It is 1 damage dealer for the side of Lonhoy going down. 4v5 scenario, Resurrect's force up. 5v5 scenario, 1 force dealer is down from Lonhoy. 3, 4 members already gone. Only the occultist is remaining, and let us see as again, Team Avenger was able to force out round number 5. Wow.
The occultist is still alive. How long can she hold? How long can she hold herself there? She's protecting herself. Okay, now. Okay, that's officially down.
Wow. What a match 1.
Wow,
guys, this is just for match 1, huh? This is just for match 1.
I'm actually curious to see who is blocking the way of Luanhoi's support, because while they're chasing the Blade Master, one of their members is actually blocking the support so that he or she is not able to resurrect that Blade Master. So I saw that tactic, and they just really grow from game 1 and game number 2. So I think the momentum is theirs right now.
Yep, critical round, parang JP. Into the front line, we have the Paladin once more soaking up the damage that can be received from the side of Lunhoy. Critical health, got boxed by the occultist. Control for him, but of course there's the backup now from the Avengers side. It is gonna be a summon here from the Spirit Shaper.
And
distance.
Let's see what's going on. Luanhoy wants to make a comeback. Yeah, they're not dispersed anymore. They're performing in the way they performed at game number 1.
Well, they are already on a deathmatch status here.
Yeah.
3 minutes in to the timer, ladies and gentlemen. It is gonna be their Paladin once more, trying to get the chase down onto the support of Lunhoy. Avenger here just fully utilizing this Paladin, and of course all their front lines to disrupt the backline here of Team Lunhoy. But they have to be careful. The health bars here, they're losing the health bars right there. They also have to be careful if they lose their sword speed, their sword mage, they will lose a lot on the damage side of things. So far, everything is just being maintained in an equilibrium, both by the Thailand representative and also by Vietnam.
Well, Avenger, they're losing. Okay, so he got healed. The Blade Master got healed. So the supports are basically stepping up right now.
Yep,
They want to make sure that their carries are well fed, are very healthy. Nobody's losing a life right now. But Avenger just lost their Paladin, and that's.
Oh my God! Sword mage as well. They lost the sword mage, their Paladin. They will resurrect the sword mage. They will resurrect the Paladin, but at a critical life point, you can actually see the members here of Lunhoy going up onto the stage of wanting to get this final round, wanting to get this deathmatch. Tons of crowd control being dropped as well against the Blade Master here of Lunhoy. Have to maintain their distance. Camera on the support of Lunhoy. Things have reset already. Oh my God, that is a close one. Good catch for the side of Avenger.
One support here. Oh, okay, one support just died from Avenger again. I don't think. Oh, one resurrect just happened again, and that's actually good news for Avenger. They can still fight back. Oh yeah, the sword mage.
Support went down. Sword mage with critical health. He cannot actually go in. He's already on crowd control. Light form here for the occultist. Ladies and gentlemen, the occultist as well of Avenger already down. Only 2 members are remaining for the side of the Thailand representative. The comeback has been stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, Lunhoy from Vietnam takes the game 3-2 against Thailand.
That was actually a very nice match. 5 games maxed out. Avenger, we really love their effort on evening that series up to game 4. But Lunhoy there, they really prevailed. They prevailed, and they were able to maintain their spot here in the upper bracket. But as for Avenger, they can still make a comeback since they still have a chance in the lower bracket. While we talk about the match results, highest damage here, probably coming from of course their Blade Master with a 9 on. No, it's actually RC and Satan.
Yes,
okay,
it is onto the
1
Paladin.
million.
Yep. The Paladin, I mean, the idea there is that the Paladin can just stay into the front line as much as possible. That's why the damage is so high for Paladin, you know. So there's like your main primary front line or damage source would be of the Paladin, just supporting from the back line. Have a secondary melee for that as well, because there's just really a lot of sustain options for the Paladin. Onto the Vietnam representative, Lunhoy moves to the upper bracket round 2. And of course, Avenger of Thailand still not eliminated from this tournament, guys. Okay, they are now going to be proceeding to match number 5, and will be waiting onto the lower bracket round 1 match.
Okay, we are going to watch Envy and Glory team next. But as for Avenger, they can rest a little. Also, Lunhoy, they're gonna have their next matches later. We still have 6 teams to introduce to you guys. But I hope you enjoyed our first match. It was actually a good start.
Yep.
To start the night, right?
Very
5
close.
Games. Yeah. I actually thought Lunhoy had it. I actually thought it was gonna be a clean sweep. But when Avengers suddenly stepped up in there, I love seeing a new color coming from Thailand there.
Strong performance there. Very, very strong performance there from Team Avengers. I would say. I mean, playing from behind with 2 wins behind against Lunhoy, which is, you know, a formidable team such as Lunhoy. They were able to actually rattle Lunhoy and make the Vietnam representative worry, you know, on that 2 consecutive wins. That last round could have been, you know, could have resulted in both ways. Could have gone both ways, you know. It could have been a win for Thailand as well. So really, mad props for Thailand. But of course, for that case, Team Vietnam did a better job and of course took that win.
Yeah, and speaking of Team Vietnam, there are 4 teams here coming from Vietnam, and I do understand that you've mentioned before that Vietnam was actually very dominating in this scene, especially here in Revelation Infinity Mobile. I'm actually curious on what the other countries are gonna do about it. So if they have, and I'm actually curious if the teams coming from Vietnam have like similar strategies.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the question. Yeah, are they gonna be pairing up with what will they pair with their paladin? So far it does feel like the Spirit Shaper, is one meta, Spirit Shaper plus the Paladin to combo with that. I'm
That's
not
true.
seeing any Gunslinger as well,
Yeah.
for the compositions of our teams. Interesting lineup and interesting melee as well, or rather interesting damage source as well for the side of Team Avenger, utilizing that Sword Mage. And of course, a Sword Save. Let us look, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We have Team Malaysia. Okay, NBN versus Vietnam's VN Glory Team. Representing Malaysia would be Knife, Wings, THDK, CK, and Pink. Representing Vietnam Glory Team, it will be CP, Wones, Frog, Q1, and Hulpam. I hope I did not butcher the names.
Well, you've mentioned earlier that we haven't seen a gunslinger yet, but I think this is the time where we're gonna see one coming from NVN. Yeah, so
Yes.
I'm actually excited to see a gunslinger in action. It's actually one of my favorite classes.
Yeah.
Aside
So,
from Approaches.
my apologies. I think for the composition of Team Thailand earlier, I think that is not a Sword Mage. I think that is a Sword Saint.
Yeah.
Then earlier, what they are pairing actually with, for the side of Vietnam, what they are pairing actually with the Paladin was a Sword Mage. So it was a Sword Mage. But this is gonna be very, very interesting. Alongside with the Paladin, they're gonna go with the Gunslinger. So let us see. I mean, the Gunslinger is, of course, just on the name itself, and as well as on the game itself, is highly focused on the damage, on the DPS. It's just that the cooldown of the skills are a bit slow, So let's see if that will be put to the advantage here by Team Vietnam, by the VN Glory Team.
Yeah, we were actually talking about earlier if their strategies are similar, because the talents that I've seen from VN Glory Team are actually quite similar to what Wanhui was using earlier. Yeah, so but NVN is actually introducing to us a gunslinger, and we actually like to see how that would pay out.
Here we go, guys. Onto the screen, it's gonna be Team Malaysia versus Team Vietnam. Everyone loves to stay into the platform here, JP?
Yeah, well, there's actually new. Again, these are new sets of teams. So right now, what's different is VN Glory Team is actually quite in the middle, and NVN is on the outer circle. That's what we're seeing right now. But right now, we're focusing on VN Glory Team. Wow, I've seen that pull. I've seen that pull before.
There is that pull, of course. Still, we're looking on to the Paladin. Will the kill be completed? Star Sword getting dropped there by the Sword Mage of the VN Glory Team. A follow through to the Paladin here of Team Vietnam. They were able to get the slay against that Gunslinger. Didn't give any chance for the Gunslinger here. Now, the Paladin is pulling everyone, actually. Controlling everyone here for the side of Malaysia. Vietnam is taking the upper hand of this match, of this round number 1.
Yeah, actually, that's probably why gunslingers are rarely used. They are too weak to protect their own selves, and maybe they're too much of a long range that the supports can't even chase them around. But right now, VN Glory Team, their HPs are more in trouble compared to NVN. But they have Resurrects available. To until when?
Until when? One support for the VN Glory Team already down. They also lost their Paladin. Now where are the Resurrects? It's a slight upper hand here for the side of Team Malaysia. They lost their Sword Saint onto the count. It is going to be a 3v4 scenario, probably in favor here of Team Malaysia. They get their sustain. It is the Paladin getting revived. One of the supports is still down, waiting for the cooldown of the Resurrect. They also lost their Sword Mage. Vietnam lost their Sword Mage. Now an upper hand here for the side of Malaysia.
This is actually quite a new flavor because earlier, once you lose one member and cannot be resurrected, you automatically go down. But right now, it's like a 4 versus 3 situation, a 4 versus 2 situation, and the game is still rolling on. Like they still have a lot of hope, like for like more than 30 seconds already. But right now, it's the end for game number 1 for VN Glory team, and VN gets 1 point.
Yeah. Good job for Hoveria actually for sustaining her teammates.
That's true.
Good job for the support here of Team Malaysia. I was thinking it was again a Vietnam round number 1, but the Malaysian representative is totally stepping up. Full embrace here onto the upper platform, ladies and gentlemen. Our screen now onto Knife or the Paladin here for the side of Team Vietnam, of Team Malaysia. And is making sure that he keeps I think it is the support that is keeping busy here for the side of Vietnam. But damage is being received by Knife.
Yeah, I actually like how Paladins can sustain themselves like all alone. They don't even have to mind their teammates. But yeah, we're talking about sustain here. It's actually a longer game compared to what we had during match number 1.
And also the crazy part about Paladins is they can pull. They can pull to themselves. Very tanky, lots of sustained decent damage that they can pull. The Star Sword into the middle, ladies and gentlemen. Our camera is now onto the side here of the Sword Saint, just trying to dash through across the battlefield. Barrier is there. He got dropped also by the Star Sword of the Sword Mage on the side of VN Glory. We are seeing another life advantage here for the side of Vietnam. But again, this happened earlier and it did not translate for a win for the VN Glory team. Team Malaysia, can they get that proper timing to get a win on this one? They already lost their Sword Saint.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Once you lose one member, it's actually hard for your other members to sustain themselves. But for this match, it's like it's easy for them to stay longer in the game, especially for VN Glory team earlier. But right now, it's like it's already a 4 versus 4 situation. But no,
earlier it was a 4v for there was a quick resu for the side of Vietnam. So this one looks like this is a clear one for the side of Vietnam. They've already taken down 2 members here for the side of NBN. The main damage source, Sword Saint as well as the Gunslinger. Only this Paladin is alive for the side for the front line of NB, and they lost their occultist, their support. Only the Paladin remaining here, guys, and I think this is gonna be forced into a 1-1 by the VN Glory team.
And not only that, they managed to stay alive, all 5 of them. And what I noticed in this match is that both teams are fans of AoEs. They rarely use the single target hits as their ultimates. So it's really hard for them to diminish like one member at a time. So we have your hit number 3.
I'm not seeing so much burst option. Actually, from the tour, maybe we're just missing out onto the skills of the Black Sleeves of the Gunslinger rather there, especially on the Death Snipe. But here we go, 3 members getting sucked in by the Paladin of Team Malaysia. We have our camera now onto the Sword Mage of team of the VN Glory team. Closely.
Yeah, okay, so VN Glory team, someone's dancing around. This looks like your occultist using the dark power, but occultist here is actually more of the support. So she's sticking around, making sure that the VN Glory team are buffed up respectively. But as for NVN, they're starting to lose their Sword Mage. Earlier in game number 2, it was actually their Sword Mage. They lost first. It was actually hard for NVN to sustain themselves afterwards. Especially they needed the range coming from that Sword Mage.
We have our big view milestone, guys.
Wow!
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for everyone who has shared again the stream. Be sure to share it if you haven't shared. Okay, make sure. Don't mind the views. Just focus on having at least 1 share. Okay, make sure that everyone has shared and get that share tag for the page.
Yeah, actually, we have more prizes once we reach the next milestone. So keep an eye on your screens, guys. We're gonna release another code once we hit the next milestone. So let's get back to here. NVN lost their sword mage again. And as for VN Glory team, they lost 2 supports there. Oh, but they were able to resurrect themselves. Wow, how? Because they lost their 2 supports.
yep. I'm actually let us see like where the reso can come from. But again, this is actually a very close fight, a drawn out one. Especially now that VN Glory is about to lose one of their supports. Take note that again, 2 supports got burned. But of course, for the side here of Team Malaysia, they lost their gunslinger. Now on our chase cam, we are looking onto the paladin here for the side of VN Glory. There is 1 star sword getting dropped there. I think mostly for the side and in favor of VN Glory team. Critical life for the side of NVN here. Only 2 has ample life, and those are the squishy ones. 10% onto the HP as well of the Paladin. The Paladin will be dropped. Ladies and gentlemen, next would be of the Light Cultists, and finally, the support of Team NVN. VN Glory team takes game number 3.
Yeah, they actually learned from their mistake in game number 1, but moving forward, game number 2 and game number 3, they already they were able to keep their cool and just managed to keep themselves alive. Probably distributed well the resurrects available for their teammates. So let's see if they're gonna be able to do the same for game number 3, because this is already like match point for VN Glory team.
Indeed, match point. Let us see, compared to the earlier games, we're seeing a lot of rumble happening onto the circular platform down into the middle. But you can actually see the adjustment of play here for the side of Team Malaysia. They're playing this one a bit more defensive. Our camera now onto the side here of the gunner.
Okay, well, as for NVN, right now they're dispersing in contrast to the previous games. They want to make sure that they're going to be safe. But I'm keeping an eye on their Paladin and their sword mage, of course, because their sword mage and their gunslinger were the 2 squishy ones earlier, so they have to hide their best, probably behind the Paladin or just out of sight from the carries of the Glory team.
Very true. Okay, there goes the box coming in from our occultist. Ladies and gents, still our camera relies on, I think that is a Death Storm from the side of the gunner. Just maintaining his distance, continued with the DPS. So no one is really touching this gunslinger onto the side of Malaysia. He's been hitting a lot of targets for quite some time.
Yeah, later on, I'm going to check on how much damage this gunslinger dealt. Because right now, he's actually doing a good job hiding from the enemies. VN Glory team's members are slowly deteriorating. I'm not sure how are they gonna hold up. They need their support to buff them up, especially the occultists, to give them more damage and more armor. But as for their Paladin, where are you? I'm actually looking for the Paladin of VN Glory team here.
Actually, for VN Glory, Paladin, I'm not sure. Probably disrupting the backline as well. Our camera, our chase cam is actually looking towards the Paladin here of Team Malaysia. Needs to maintain their own distance here. Yep, this Paladin is being kept busy. There is, of course, that sword sync going down for the side of Malaysia. But I'm curious if that is being waited on for the resurrect. Looks like, just basing on the running status of the game, this is starting to escalate in favor of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and earlier their HPs were the low ones, but again, just teaming up with their supports because they have 2 supports, it's not hard for them to sustain their lives. As for NVN, their sword mage is always the first one to go down, and then the gunslinger again. And there's already a domino effect for NVN. Only their Paladin left. Okay, now they're all gone. VN Glory team prevails. Match number 2.
Yeah, that is in an instant, ladies and gentlemen. So they were able to wipe actually the Malaysian squad in full. And of course, the main damage source here for the side of the VN Glory team still hails. Oh, wow. From the sword mage.
Yeah.
830,000 damage.
And the gunslinger also has like 965. That's a lot. But VN Glory team, of course, it's their healing, it's their combined healing that gave them a lot of strength here. They have like 3 members being blessed by those healings. So it was really useful to them. And as for their paladin, of course, always gets the highest damage. And the sword mage, for this match.
Yeah,
So
looks
paladin
like
and sword mage.
the general combo is really go for your spirit shaper support, right? Go
Yeah.
for your spirit shaper support. Then you could also go for another support in the form of the occultist light form, right?
Yeah, light form. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually very practical for them.
yeah,
We don't. I rarely see dark forms for occultists. They're usually being used
yeah.
for supports in PvPs.
Yeah, it
But
feels
for
like they're
yeah.
actually just relying on 1 to 2 members for the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in the form of a sword mage, or in the form of, for this case, for the side of Team Malaysia, the gunslinger, and then generally the other set of damage could come from the paladin. But here we go, guys, on to the upper bracket match, round number 2. We have the first Vietnam versus Vietnam matchup, Lun Hoi versus the VN Glory team. Now it's time to actually move to our match number 3. It is gonna be Lemon versus Spadex.
Mm-hmm. So Lemon and Spadex, another Vietnamese team. Okay, this is where it actually gets interesting. I just noticed that each match you have to go up against a Vietnamese team. So it's just like it's like other countries versus Vietnam for all the matches.
Yeah,
But
yes.
but right now we're going to see Spades X2 from the Philippines, and I know a lot of Filipino viewers are so excited for this
Yeah.
Spades X.
Yeah, supporting the only Philippine representative present for our tournament. Also, a lot of Filipinos are not watching on the Philippine stream because we don't have a Tagalog stream. They're actually watching here on the English stream. So sending the biggest shoutouts to everyone who's watching at the comfort of your homes, not just actually from the Philippines, but everyone who is here on our English live stream. Guys, we have a lot of good stuff that is being given away to all of our viewers. So make sure that you share that live stream. Make sure that you have that share badge, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, once we reach the next milestone, we're going to give another code for you guys to enjoy. So earlier, we reached the 500 peak viewers milestone, and I think what we have next is actually 1,000. So yeah, so keep sharing this live stream and keep joining our giveaways. How to join? Okay, so we have 500, and then we have 1,000 next. So we're also gonna give away like 2,000 Divine Jades for those codes. And just a quick reminder for everybody that we during the break we're gonna have Wheel of Fortune, where you guys can win Razor cards or Gcash. So Gcash is actually very exciting for Filipino viewers. So I hope you guys join. Oh, how
Lots
to join,
of good
by
stuff.
the way?
Lots of good
Yeah.
stuff for everyone. How to join, JP?
Yeah, just comment down your role ID, and then your IGN, your server, and your nation. So yeah, just put it there in the comment section, and don't forget to use the hashtag BOGC final.
Exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Also, again, want to mention that be sure to support your teams, okay? There's also a watch party event being promoted for the side here of Revelation Mobile. That is the Guild Watch Party event. So be sure to check out the mechanics for that one. Again, I hope you can catch up already to that event. If you don't, I hope that you guys are having a great time doing that. Also want to mention to send the biggest shoutouts as well to all the participating teams, or all the teams that has participated rather for the qualifiers, who's also checking this live stream right now. Curious if the team that they have encountered in their respective group stage and qualifiers are doing well in the tournament.
Yeah, and again, we're just taking a quick breather because those two matches actually were very intense, especially the first one where we had 5 matches. And I'm actually looking at some comments here from the Filipino live stream, because we are going to have Spades X next. Okay, so There you go. There you go. From Lemon, we have Kame, ML, Eternal, Unism, and Kungao. And for Spades X, so we have Camcy, Hidan, SF, Lack, and Salt. Okay, so do you guys feel the power right now?
All right. So the one very interesting matchup for this one is both are utilizing Sword Saints. Okay? Both are utilizing Sword Saints. But the striking difference as well here is onto the count of their support. There are 3 supports for the side here of Lemon.
Yeah.
They have ML, they have Unism, then they have Eternal as well.
Eternal.
Whereas for the Philippines, they're just utilizing 1 Spirit Shaper plus 1 Occultist right there. So fully allocating onto the damage. So onto the side of Lemon, they have their Paladin and they also have their Sword Saint. For the side of the Philippines, they have their Paladin, they have their Sword Saint, and they also have a Sword Mage. So that
so
one,
3
the
supports.
elemental,
It's actually quite interesting coming from Lemon. Yeah, we were actually talking about this, especially if you only have like 2 main damage dealers, but we can all agree that the Paladin can never go away. And but I got to thinking, like, what if some team uses 2 Paladins? That'd be quite interesting. But I don't know. I'm not sure. But 3 supports for Lemon.
You will always want that crowd control from the Paladin.
That's true.
You know? So I think there's really no forgoing of the Paladin. Not to mention the shield that can come from the Paladin as well. So let us check, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Camera onto the side of Spadex Philippines. Actually, it is Lemon and Spadex that we voted, huh? Remember?
Yeah, this is our match.
Yeah. I voted for Lemon. You voted for Spadex.
And I voted for Spades X.
Yeah. And let's look here. So our camera is now on to Salt here. Paladin for the side of Spadex is getting dropped actually towards 75% of his set, but the sustain is there coming from their support.
And here's what I noticed about Spades X. They actually have their 2 members, their 2 supports away from the skirmish. But Lemon here, their support is actually very active, healing them just in the right time.
Yep.
When you thought that one of their members is actually going down, their support is there to save them. I mean, how could they not? They have 3 supports.
They have 3 supports. There's now a start of punishment here for the Sword Saint of Team Spadex. But Spadex, they can also punish of their own. Even if they do lack the sustain compared to the 3 supports here of Lemon, they have the DPS far bigger, far better, and they're starting to slice through the members of Lemon. 4 members gone, 1 on the Resurrect, 2nd on the Resurrect, only 2 are dropped. 3 remaining for the side of Lemon, but the cooldowns of the Resurrect are still down for them. There is also 2 kills drop against Spadex. 3 is removed. 2v3 situation in favor of Lemon. 3v3.
How did Spadex manage to block off the supports from Lemon? The Occultist is already dead. 2 supports are still alive, but their Paladin, of course, is actually slowly losing health. But I think they're far apart from one another, the Paladin and their support. But the Paladin is trying to sustain himself. I mean, he's a Paladin and that's his job. But there's no saying hello again for that Sword Mage and that Occultist.
And also only just the support remaining for the side here of Spadex. It does look like the Paladin of Lemon itself hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1-0 for Lemon.
That was so cool to watch. But wow, 1,000 peak view milestone. So we have another code here, BOGC Final 2. Just enter the code in game to redeem your gift. We are moving on to game number 2, and Lemon here with their miracle plays are actually starting to amaze us.
Yes.
SpaceX here, they have to be mindful of their HPs in contrast to game number 1.
Yep. There's really a lot of clutch plays for this situation, but it does look like Spadex on the first instance of burst, they do have the advantage here. But if Lemon survives on that one, the long game favors Lemon. That's how I see this, especially with the 3 supports that they are now utilizing. You can actually see their 3 members of Lemon just clumping together, just making sure that they get the target kill against the side of Lemon.
That's true. As for SpaceX here, they have to be careful because earlier they were actually bursted by that AoE. You know that burst AoE, and it was actually very surprising because we thought that they had the upper hand, but somehow Lemon, their Paladin, and their two supports still alive. Even just the three of them, just roaming around. They can, that's what actually they're doing. That's what they're doing right now. The Sword Mage just died. What is it? Sword Mage. But SpaceX here was able to resurrect, and that's good news for SpaceX fans.
Camera on to Ramsey. It is indeed good news for the side here of SpaceX. It's not just one kill that they have pocketed, but also got the sustain in. Only one support remaining here for the side of Lemon. They were able to get the rush against Lemon here. Ladies and gentlemen, support is down. Was able to resurrect the third support here for the side of Lemon. SpaceX takes game number 2, 1-1 on our running score.
Wow. Wow, SpaceX was able to turn that game around, and they were actually they were more disciplined there in game number 2. So, but I just couldn't differentiate the strategies from game 1 and game number 2 yet. So let's see here in game number 3, what kind of tactic is going to be different from their first 2 games.
Let us see here. So far, members of SpaceX now utilizing the lower part of the platform, not really diving in. It does feel like they're trying to lure some of the members here of Team Lemon. There is a crowd control being dropped here against I think against the sword set here of SpaceX.
Yeah, that was actually quite of a bang, but Lemon, they are very careful not to lose their sword mage or their sword saint again, because he always gets knocked down first, just like game 1 and game number 2. But right now he needs to stay close to their support or their paladin, so so that he will have he can deal more damage against SpaceX too. But 2 down for SpaceX already.
Yes, it does feel like no one is really targeting Hidden here. I finally figured out the name here of that sword saint. There is a shield available for him, but he is not being allowed to drop damage. You observe a lot of crowd controls being dropped towards Hidden, so the damage of SpaceX being halted, especially coming from the side of that sword saint, which is already down. Only just the paladin, just only the paladin after the cultist died is remaining standing here. That is Salt going down. 5 members already checked here by Lemon as they take game number 3. Match point for Lemon.
Real quick, and this is what I noticed. Lemon, since they have 3 supports, their HPs are actually very heavy. They're like moving walls for SpaceX, and SpaceX here, they lack that sustain to survive against the HPs of Lemons. And not only that, the damage reductions, the shields because of the supports, the occultists, and the paladin just buffs all over. They don't need DPS.
They don't
that
really
much.
need DPS. All they need is just to get their targeted characters, getting shutted down. And that's actually the idea here for Lemon. As long as they get the sustain, which they are very much able to do, especially with the 3 supports that they have. You can actually see here that the momentum and the tempo is being lost onto the side here of SpaceX, with Lemon seemingly getting a quick upper hand here onto the game number 4. Crowd control is still getting dropped there, answered for by Team SpaceX. But again, just a lot of freedom here for the side of the Paladin of Team Lemon. SpaceX lost their 2 damage swords, which is the sword mage and also their sword saint.
Yeah, it's really hard to battle against sustain, and now SpaceX are only left with 3 members and lacking damage already with their support only alive. Right now, I don't know how their support is going to sustain himself, but we already have a winner, and it's none other than Lemon with a lot of damage and healing. Look at that, coming from ML for the healing, and Unizem for Kayem, their paladin for the damage again.
It does look like the biggest problem here for the side of Lemon is the paladin. So that's why Lemon can afford, I've seen this tactics in multiple MMORPGs. Just have a lot of support and have 1 character or maybe 2 try to carry the whole game. And look at that. Just look at the side here of Team Lebon. That is clearly the Paladin that has the biggest impact for this game. There was an attempt here for SF to actually dish out damage. And even Hidden, look at the Hidden here. 0 kills, you know? There's a lot of crowd control being dropped towards Hidden. That is totally understandable. But you see the plan here of Spadex to really rely their damage source onto 3 sources, which if you lose one, you lose around 33% of your damage source. So for the side of Lemon, all they need is that Paladin. So with that, the third team from Vietnam goes in to the fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh! Vietnam's really dominating the upper bracket. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Hackback gets into match number 8. But yeah, we'll have to see what T3 has to say about that.
If Hackback goes to match number 8, that is surely one Vietnam team now in the Grand Finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is surely one Vietnam team now in the Grand Finals, because, you know, they will have to go in match 11. It is clearly a Vietnam versus Vietnam match for match 11, the upper bracket finals. Then one slot goes to Vietnam surely. So let us see, guys. That is up next. We have our match number 4. This time, facing Vietnam would be Singapore's T3.
Well, as for T3, they are representing Singapore this time, and I want to know what our Singaporean fans think. I'm sure they've also been waiting for this. This is already the last match for the first round here in the upper bracket, and afterwards we're gonna proceed to the first round of the lower bracket. So I don't know if you guys T3, if you guys will break the curse of having 4 Vietnam teams in the upper bracket or not. But I'm actually also curious on how they prepared for this, because we've seen similar metas from Vietnam teams, like just having 2 to 3 supports. But
3 supports.
I don't know what Hackback will do this time.
And relying on their Paladin, you know, relying a lot on their Paladin for the damage source. I think that's really the main idea there. Just, you know, try to control the game in a very objective manner. Only with just 2 characters, you can actually get those kills. Have the 3 support you. So I think that is one meta here for Vietnam. I agree with you, JP. We're looking forward to what T3 can offer for this match, because clearly it has to be something different. It is something to be unique, and it is something that usually counters these strategies that is being delivered by the Vietnamese teams. In my prediction, I did mention that Vietnam is the major region for Revelation Mobile.
Yeah, and I mean, I really believe you, and not only that, when I saw the previous group stages, like Vietnam was really dominating, and even those Vietnamese teams that didn't get in, they actually belong to a group full of Vietnamese people, and it's just like only for this one group, I think that was Spade's X group, there was no Vietnamese, I think. Yeah.
Okay, for that seed. Yeah. So here we go. Yeah. Wow. So very much like Team Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, they also have a gunslinger for their main DPS.
Oh.
Look at that. So very, very similar to the other compositions that is outside of Vietnam, and that there are only 2 supports. Whereas here, Hackback is also rolling the same composition as with the others. They have 3 supports, okay? They have 2 Spirit Shaper, they have 1 Occultist that is also on the light side, and they would rely onto their Sword Saint plus their Paladin for their main damage source. Whereas there are 3 damage sources here for the side of T3, the Sword Saint on Smile and the Gunslinger on Mario, as well as Xiao Yu's Paladin.
Actually, what I noticed, when it's really difficult to have a gunslinger around, because you have, I mean, even though you are a long range character or class, you don't really have the freedom to move around, because you have to protect yourself. Well, as for having a composition like having 3 supports, 1 paladin, and 1 sword mage for the range, you are actually free to move around, and supports are everywhere. Like they can just divide themselves into a triangle, that formation, so that it's easy for you to find them whenever you need heal, or there's a paladin probably in the mid when you need to shield yourself or to be buffed. with them. So this is actually a good meta that Vietnam is introducing to all of us right now.
Yeah. Well, let us see that match between Thailand earlier versus Vietnam, Lunhoi.
Oh yeah.
And versus Avenger. That is really close. So far, it looks like the heaviest contender against Vietnam is, or against the teams of Vietnam, is Avenger.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you with that. But right now it's gonna be Hackback versus T3, and the match has already started. The game already started. We are seeing a lot of damage against the Sword Mage of T3, whereas Hackback's HPs are still full.
Indeed.
And you know what I noticed for Hackback, it's not like they're totally dispersed. Since they're using 3 supports, they have to stay close to each other in order for them to be fed by those buffs and those healings. Well, as for their Paladin, I'm trying to find the Paladin of Hackback here, and he's actually there on the corner on. He's staying close. He's staying close to the members of Hackback, so that he will also be also gain the heals and buffs coming from their supports. Okay, so
you can actually see the approacher of Team Hackback, just clumping together onto the lower part of the platform, so that it is not that hard to sustain and heal up the support. Then once all the cooldowns are burned for the side of T3, for example, this one, you're observing, you're seeing Hackback moving up because they know that when it comes to the cooldown trade, they could win. So that's why they've decided to go up. Look at this. Now they're fully targeting this gunslinger. Critical health for the gunslinger. Let us see if that will be completed though.
Well, as for the gunslinger, this is what we were talking about earlier. It's hard for a gunslinger to protect himself. He can either be blocked by some members of Hackback, but okay, so kind of a plot twist here. It's actually the Sword Mage of T3 that got defeated first. I don't know if he's gonna be resurrected real soon, but some support needs to. Oh, okay, Occultist also died there. Now 3 versus 5 situation here. Gunslinger's also dead. Paladin's also dead. Now they're all dead. But Hackback, they got game number 1 in there, and that was actually an easy win for them.
Yeah, it does feel like the strategy here for Hackback, or rather for the Vietnam teams, is to really burn the cooldowns.
That's true.
Endure, allow the opponent to be aggressive with you, burn the cooldowns, then advance, move us 1 onto the platform. So let us see. It is going to be an aggressor side here for the side of Team Hackback, but they are holding out still onto the skills that they can drop. So far, everyone is onto the upper platform. You're going to be seeing as well an early aggression here done by the Paladin of Team Hackback. Everyone is just dancing around so far, but still, Shinota here just making sure that everyone is kept busy. A few crowd controls getting dropped onto him, but I think the spike is not yet completed. There we go. Big skills are being dropped. There's also the Death Storm being cast from the Gunslinger, ladies and gentlemen. And we are seeing also the Cloud Punch bullets coming in from our Gunslinger. Now observe if will that, it did. They shot big damage here inside of Hackback to the point that it did kill one of the cultists. Also, the Sword Saint is down for the side here of Hackback once more. Again, most of the members here of the Vietnam representative being dropped below 50% health. We have our camera, our eyes set to the gunner, to the gunslinger of T3, and there's a lot of free hit coming from him. Good sustain and hustle from SG.
Oh yeah, actually they were able to bank on their AoE potentials that and Hackback being so close together that T3 here was able to deal a lot of damage. But a little plot twist again. Sword Mage just went down. Hackback, they're all alive again, slowly getting their HPs back. It's not really much of a surprise since they have 3 supports to heal them again and again and again. But T3, they need that Sword Mage to rise again to deal additional damage. Now that Hackback is slowly losing their HPs, they just really need to make sure that their cooldowns will be messed up.
Indeed, man. So again, this is Hackback again getting that sustain tactic be applied for this game. Now that they have withered through the first wave and first burst of skills and spells coming in from T3, Hackback's turn to take full control. Only the occultist alive for the side here of T3. Just flow through his health, and game number 2 goes to Hackback.
Yeah, that was quick again. What a turnaround, T3. They almost had it there somewhere in the middle. But again, match point for Hackback for Vietnam. And once they get this point, again, it means that all 4 teams in the upper bracket are coming from Vietnam. So T3 still has a chance to turn this around.
Indeed, man. Hackback is eyeing to go for the sweep on this one. So again, it's still the same strategy. It does feel like Team Singapore is not letting up with the aggression, you know, it's not letting up with the aggression that they can deliver against Hackback. The idea here is to still have that gunslinger get free hit as much as possible. But there's also a change in strategy here for the side of Hackback, as early on they tried to embrace the gunslinger. Chase Cam is onto the sword state here of being Hackback, maintaining his own distance, tries to go in, switch onto the camera. We go to the gunslinger, still on crowd control, has his own spells, lots of bullets getting dropped, trying to get his own target. Not really moving so far. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure silence or whatnot, but he gets targeted here by Team Hackback. He tried to go for the Death Storm, tries to cast out. 50% on his own health, lots of damage being dropped against Hackback, but they still have the upper hand on this one. Take note that no more sword state here for the side of T3, and T3 will also lose their own gunslinger. Ladies and gentlemen, now Chase Cam is onto the Paladin of Team Hackback as they are eyeing to close this game number 3. Focus on the first support, and with only the Paladin remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, this Paladin is just catching around. It is a sweep delivered by the 4th Vietnam team against Singapore Team Hackback.
We saw the struggle there, but Hackback, they were just really so domineering for that match. Let's analyze these stats. We're seeing the damage dealt most by their Paladin, of course, Shinota, the healing from Nene. That's actually a lot. We really did see how they worked as a team there. It was just really too much for T3, but they still have a chance in the lower bracket as well. Now it's official. 4 teams in the upper bracket are coming from Vietnam.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have a sure slot for Team Vietnam in the grand finals.
In the grand finals. It's all of them. I mean, it's all of them. It's all Vietnam. 4 of them. I mean, wow. When we get to match 7 and match 8 later on, we can expect long-standing matches because of their sustained capabilities.
Yes.
But as for the lower bracket here, we are seeing a different side of the meta. I mean, we're going to see matches where Vietnam teams are not present, right? So it's going to be a new flavor for all of our eyes.
Man, let us witness. Let us look forward. You know how the Vietnam will fight among themselves, because I feel like that is the apex form of Revelation Mobile.
That's true.
Yeah. Again, like I mentioned, they are the major region here for Revelation Mobile. But of course, there's a lot to be expected as well on the lower bracket matches, JP, especially now that they are fighting not just to win, but actually to survive the tournament. Avenger versus NBN and Spadex versus T3.
Yeah, and what I'm curious about here, since their metas are a lot different from Vietnam's, we've noticed that nobody in Vietnam use a gunslinger. But as for Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines, we've always seen a gunslinger present, except for Avenger. But yeah, so maybe it's this. There's also the chance for gunslingers to shine, and less of a sustain. But again, I totally agree with what you said. It's very important to adjust to probably what we can call the apex gameplay coming from our Vietnamese teams. They're really molding what PvP is supposed to be for Revelation Infinity. And as for these teams, because they still have time to adjust. You're going to see match 5 later on.
Indeed, indeed. There's, you know, and I also like this kind of matches because there's little supports.
Yeah.
You know, so on the lower bracket matches, we are seeing a lot of flurry coming in from the gunslinger comms. You know, have some sword mages, we have some sword saints. It's really like what is being delivered here by the other Southeast Asian teams aside from Vietnam. So it's not just the paladin who gets to dance around. You know, so it's really a matter of catching these heavy damage dealers for you know, for the teams, who are competing here. Yeah. So yeah, man. Guys, again, for all of our viewers, do not forget to share the live stream. All right, do not forget to share the live stream. We have a lot of matches slated for you for today. We have 14 matches. We are just done with 4. Next up would be our matches for the lower bracket and also for the upper bracket. But also, we will be moving onto a very, very short break. All right, we're gonna be moving at a very short break. But don't leave. We have the Lucky Shot Wheel up next.
Yep. Stay.
Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now!
Hi everyone, welcome back here on our live stream, the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asian Finals. For none other than Revelation Mobile, we are casters Shinbu alongside with Paring JP. We just came in from the first round of matches. Right,
Yep.
JP?
That's true, but the journey isn't over yet, guys. The battlefield still crackles with intensity, and the path to glory stretches ahead. So the excitement continues to rise as we move forward to discover who will ultimately rise above the rest here in this Blaze of Glory 2023.
Surely one team, one country is already rising up out of 6, and that is of course the major country of Vietnam for Revelation Mobile. All four teams from Vietnam has made it to round 1 and now made it to the second round, and still are staying onto the upper bracket of our tournament. You know, so we have Lun Hoi taking the win against Avenger. We also have Team Lemon taking the win against Spadex.
Yeah.
We have the VN Glory team taking the win against NVN, and Hackback taking the win against T3. So really a lot of cool stuff that has happened earlier in the first set of matches. This time we are now covering, considering this a double elimination bracket, guys. We are now covering the lower bracket matches. First up, Thailand's Avenger versus Malaysia's NBN.
Okay, and here again, reintroducing Avenger, we have Ali, Songs, Reiko, Varys, and Demon. For NVN, we have CK, Knife, Pink, Wings, and THDK. So I've noticed that they're all using 5 different classes. Nobody repeats themselves. One's a Sword Saint, a Sword Mage, and then Spirit Shaper, Occultist, and Paladin. But for NVN, they have a Gunslinger instead of a Spirit Shaper.
Yep.
That's actually the different one.
Yep. So again, They are also no sword mages. They're using sword saints, you know, for the main damagers to accompany that paladin. So again, this is a very different meta compared to the ones we have observed on Vietnam, which leans more on heavier sustain, heavier support, and more controlled approach, because they highly rely on the utility and damage that can come from their own paladin. It does feel like for Vietnam, paladin is already enough. You don't see those gunslingers. But let us see, you know, now this is going to be a very interesting case that between the two compositions, how impactful the Gunslinger is. Although do take note that the Avengers squad took a very, very close game against Lun Hoi.
Actually, just by that being said, I actually think that Avenger will have a winning here, just because they respect the present the Spirit Shaper, and I haven't really had any good experiences with gunslingers yet for the side of NVN.
Let us see. Both two teams stayed onto the platform. Everyone is actually dropping shields and not hesitating to drop damage as well on each other. Chase Cam is actually onto the gunslinger here of NVN, and so far no one is targeting the gunslinger here. No one is targeting team. Only just then. Not yet. Actually pretty close probably to the support. Crowd control onto the support here of Team Avenger. So far, we still have an inconclusive game. A box coming in from the Occultist, and still Pink here. Steadily getting dropped. He's receiving a shield, but it's already below 80% health. Now getting recovered, getting sustained here by the support.
But it's actually interesting to see that the gunslinger's ability I think that's called the murder machine. Yeah, the AOE, the big AOE coming from the gunslinger is actually taking a toll on Avenger's health. They just lost their sword mage, and I don't think he's going to be resurrected anytime soon. But Avenger, since they have the spirit shaper, I don't think it's being utilized that well right now. Okay, now they're back alive. All 5 of them.
All 5. Actually, very interesting. NBN here, capitalizing the damage advantage that they can have against Avenger. Very curious what is happening right now. Our expectations are getting broken as Avenger loses 3 members, resurrects 1, only 3 remaining, still lost 2. But their health is already in critical range, and NBN stepping up the advantage here against Avengers.
Wow, Avenger. Oh, they just lost 2 at the same time. Another one, and all 5 of them are gone. And wow. We just got the first point. Okay, so now we are seeing hopes here for gunslinger users. They actually released that murder machine at the right time, whereas Avenger there really had a hard time sustaining themselves despite having the spirit shaper. So right now for game number 2, we all know Avenger as the kind of team who makes a comeback. Probably in game number 3 and game number 4.
Just want to remind everyone, guys. Just want to remind everyone that make sure that you follow the proper commenting format. Okay, guys? Yes. For example, I'm gonna be giving you an example comment. So this one, as you watch the game, again, you could comment this ID like 201-723-561-10004 Yuri Aquatic Bay Vietnam. So that one, you know, so that we could properly track your account details. Okay, if you are joining all of our giveaways as well. Okay, guys. So again, we're using our tool, using a comment tool to track all the proper comments. So make sure that you are placing the proper comment. We're also guiding you guys there on the comment section. Looks like we have a closer game here, but still steadily NBN taking the lead here against Avenger. Tons of damage coming in from NBN.
Yep, and Avenger is actually losing their lives 1 by 1. Oh, they're slowly recovering. They were able to hold on to their dear lives there, but I don't know until when, because their sword mage is slowly running out of hope. But I don't think he's going to be the first one to die. Their paladin is having to try to survive for himself. But it was actually the sword mage that got away first. As for this team, they had their fair share of hits. The sword mage had to sleep for like 5 seconds there, but he did himself.
The occultist as well from NBN is doing a really good job, dropping the proper crowd control protection for his own teammates. Avenger is really enduring through this one, but they're getting plucked out 1 by 1. 2 is already gone, forced to resurrect out one of the support, but they lost their paladin, and even the sword saint is enduring for the side here of NBN. Avenger might be losing one of their supports, make that 2 of their supports the sword saint, and now with only the occultist remaining, NBN forces this one to a 2-0.
That was so quick again. I don't know. Do we still have like our hopes up for Avenger? We've seen them play the underdog in match number 1. But you know what's funny here? If they lose against NBN, it's actually like quite half Vietnam because their name is like NBN.
NBN. You know what I mean? Indeed. Guys, speaking of names, again, just want to remind you guys, the proper format for the comment should be role ID, dash your IGN, dash your server, and dash the nation. Okay, guys? Make sure that you follow the proper format. Like form here for the occultists. For the support rather on the side here of Avengers, just making sure that they get the support, they get the sustain for their front line, as NBN is still owning the damage count here. Still leading the damage count.
And as for NBN, they're actually doing a good job protecting themselves, even though their paladin is so far away from his teammates. Avenger is also so comfortable with each other that they're having a hard time to survive against those AoEs that NBN is dealing against them.
Well, we look steady here. 2 minutes 45 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Chase Cam is on to the side here of the sword saint of Avenger. So far, he is getting focused on by 2-3 members. Receives the Death Storm from the Gunslinger. Tries to dash out, tries to escape. Receives a shield, was able to survive, walk away. But up to no avail, tries to recounter, but he gets down. Was able to sustain, gets boxed there by the occultists. Man, I think this is NBN. They are doing a really crazy job and good job in dropping the AoEs here against Avengers.
That's true.
Making sure that all health bars are going down at the same time.
They don't care about bursts anymore, and also Avengers doing them a favor since they're always near to each other. They have to disperse, but if they do that, it's going to be easy for NVN to find them. So basically, they're trapped in the kinds of skills that NVN are dealing against them.
Slow and steady. That's a 3-0. That is a sweep by NVN. And much to our surprise, that is a very, very surprising performance there by the Malaysian representative.
Wow. Oh my gosh, this is the lower bracket already, and just like you said earlier, this was already a match of survivability. And NVN, it wasn't really hard for them to survive there because of that sweep. And right now, Wings was able to shine because of the Spirit Shaper, and of course, Pink with that gunslinger, a gunslinger winning a match. Wow, this is nice. I hope when they match up against a Vietnam team again later, I hope there's a chance for gunslingers to prevail again.
yeah, that is the first big win there for the gunslinger, and it is a win in a very convincing fashion. Guys, we have our first team getting eliminated from our tournament. That is really far from our expectation. I was expecting a lot from Team Avenger, but now my expectation is now passed on to the Malaysian representative team NVN. Avenger would be walking away from this tournament, and NVN carries on and will continue in the lower bracket matches. Now we have our next match, number 6 of the Philippine representative Spade X versus Team Singapore's T3. So this one, T3 has a gunslinger as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, gunslinger. So for the side of Spade X, their damage source would be the Sword Mage and also the Sword Save.
Yeah, it was actually hard for Spades X to survive earlier because they were up against Lemon, who were using 3 supports. But I don't know this time, since T3 earlier we've seen them, they were only using 2 supports. But maybe Spades X will have a better chance right now. But I don't know as well for T3, since it wasn't really easy for them to survive against Hackback. So again, this is a battle of survivability that we're gonna watch. So Singapore and Philippines, let's go.
Yeah, a lot of expectations again, and of course, for this case, I'm gonna be cheering for Team Spades X.
Yeah, I will. I always have.
Because it's Team Philippines. But let us see. It's very hard, considering what NBN has shown to us. There's really a very big impact when it comes to compositions and how each class can also contribute, onto the PvP that can happen here in our platform. I do feel that for the side of NVN versus Avenger earlier, that is in the form of overwhelming DPS.
That's
overwhelming
true.
DPS, especially on the AoE side. It does feel like NVN really dropped the damage in a very synced manner against Avenger.
Yeah, it was actually like a double-edged sword kind of formation for NVN, since the members of Avengers were close to each other. It was easy for them to deal those AoEs, but once they disperse, they also have the Paladin to chase after them one by one with a high damage. So a good strategy coming from NVN. I'm so excited to see their match later on. It's just that we'll have to focus to Spades X and T3 right now. And I'd love to revisit the classes they've used earlier, and maybe watch or get to witness a twist of something different from what they were doing earlier.
Yeah, especially I feel like the next 2 matches after the Spade X and as well as with Team T3, the matches between Vietnam teams, I feel like they're gonna be very close. Like I will really expect a sweep considering that they have very similar compositions.
Yeah.
So far, the most heated game on our first batch of matches is the one with Avengers versus
Yeah. It was actually a good way to start the night, to be honest, and that's why we really had our hopes up for Avengers there. So and I was actually trying to see like if Avengers were against oh my gosh, I forgot what was the first Vietnamese team.
Lun Hoi.
Yeah, Lun Hoi. Yeah, and
Yep.
I was actually hoping that NVN will get to face up Lun Hoi probably, but no, it's actually between Lemon and Hackback to face off NVN on the next match. I mean that's how lower brackets double elimination works. They're actually twisted. You know, you don't really know who you're gonna fight off later on. IGN. There you go. We are seeing SF Kamsi, Hidan, Lack, and Salt from SpaceX, and Songy, Smile, 1-1, Mario, and Xiao Yu from T3 again. So basing on their lineups, there's only a gunslinger for T3. Yeah, I remembered SpaceX wasn't really using a gunslinger. They were actually kind of a sustain using supports, but sword mage. Yeah, that's the difference. Oh yeah, he done. Yeah, he must have faced off a lot of people in the past months, of course. He's been doing a lot of PvP. I see. And as for T3, well, just basing on the sum of those VRs, we can actually vouch. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we can actually vouch for SpaceX. Just to sum up those VRs, but we'll have to see how T3 is gonna go around and about this one, since we've seen NVN use a gunslinger earlier. Maybe it's also gonna be T3 strategy to bank on AoEs this time. Well, actually, you know, what I noticed as well, SpaceX earlier, maybe Lemon was just much of a Goliath for them there in the upper bracket. But again, guys, let me remind you all that this is a match of survivability already, and only one can really move forward in the tournament, and one has to say goodbye.
Yep. Again, that's what makes this kind of matches, you know, high stakes. Okay, the idea of course, of having these teams that really not just try to get that win, try to get that placement, you know, on the top 1, top 2, top 3, but just to stay. So really, that is some sort of an added buff. That is some sort of a beneficial change in mindset for the players. You can actually see what happened with Team Avenger versus Team NVIDIA, and I do feel that they're far more aggressive compared to the matches that they have done on the round 1, right?
That's true. That's why it was so surprising for the both of us. Not only for the both of us, but for our viewers as well, and for our Thailand viewers too. So yeah. But right now it's gonna be Philippines and Singapore's time to shine. And with SpaceX being here on the blue side and T3 on the red side, let's see who comes first and who gets the first point.
Tons of expectations here for the two teams getting supported by their own respective countries. Ladies and gentlemen, chase cam now onto the Paladin here of Team Philippines. That is on to Salt, switch up to Kamsi, the support here of Team Philippines. Crucial help is dealt against the occultist of T3, but you can also see damage dealt as well against the sword mage here of SpadeX. Still no clear casualty, no one still is agreeing to go down between the trade-ups of these two countries, the Philippines versus Singapore. Now the members of SpadeX trying to target the gunslinger. Let us see, no kill count on that one.
Not yet, but SpaceX here, they need to protect their sword mage because we all know how squishy those sword mages can get. And T3 here, their gunslinger is actually healing back.
Good heal back coming in from the support here of T3, but that means that is gonna be a heal on cooldown. There is also a good sustain from the Paladin onto the side of SpadeX, but they lost their sword mage. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be very dangerous. Xiaoyu here being allowed to actually roam free towards the backline of Team SpadeX, already on cooldown with one of their resurrection. Tons of AoE getting dropped here against T3, but of course SpadeX wouldn't just allow that to finish on that manner. Oh, you're going to be seeing here Salt going down onto the side of SpadeX. Will there be a resurrect here for the Paladin of SpadeX? Things go south. They also lost their sword mage and also their support for one time. That's why no resurrect would be available for the two down members here of SpadeX.
Oh no, 3 down.
They lost their sword state on that one. They have their occultist still alive, but still only 2 members remaining, and T3 is able to sustain up this game clearly at an advantage. They are now trying to play for time, SpadeX that is. But I feel like once their Paladin goes down, this is it.
Oh wait, is their Spirit Shaper trying to 1 versus 4 all of them? Looks like it, right? The Spirit Shaper is trying to heal himself.
Just trying to survive.
But of course, that was actually a very difficult situation. 1 versus 4, and if you're a support, I mean, you can heal yourself back, but up to what extent, right? We need to move forward to game number 2. T3 gets the first point.
Very intense. It is a very intense game number 1, at least on the initial parts. But I think went south quick here for the side of SpadeX. They have to be very mindful of the targeting that is being done here by T3. Just look at that. Tons of AoE here onto the upper circle, ladies and gentlemen. Most getting received here by the sword save of Team SpadeX. But of course, you see the gunslinger as well of T3 being dropped below 50% health. He tried to dance around, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, that is Xiaoyu, the Paladin of T3, trying to get into the backline here of Team SpadeX, now targeting Hedan, just making sure that Hedan also doesn't have any free roam for damage here in favor of SpadeX. Xiaoyu maintains his frontline stance here against SpadeX, but of course everyone gets up into the upper platform. Mario has to walk out. Mario is quite close. Mario is the gunner here of Team T3.
Yeah. Well, he actually released the murder machine earlier, but it only killed off 1 sword mage from SpaceX. But SpaceX is actually having a hard time again, even though with a sword mage still alive. A lot of AoEs coming here from T3, and T3 with their HP still almost full. They can also deal a lot of damage, and with the kind of formation that they have close together, available to all the heal backs. But they lost 2 members already. Just real quick, SpadeX was able to look for a loophole there.
Man, Revelation Mobile's PvP can get really intense, especially this one. Lots of dashes, lots of trade-ups. T3 squad here, quite close within the kill range, but I think they still have their resurrect up. That is gonna be their sword state already down. Closest to that would be, of course, of their support, trying to sustain the barrage that is coming here from SpadeX. Only 1 member remaining, and that it would be of the gunners. SpadeX brings up hope, takes this game to a 1-1.
That was a nice show match for SpaceX, showing off their skills. here for game number 2. But now we need to see who really has the momentum. But with that game, I think SpaceX was able to figure out the right strategy. It was to not pin on the gunslinger. Just avoid him and make him the last to die.
Crazy performance there. Crazy performance there by Team SpadeX. But let us see. Of course, T3 wouldn't let up. It does feel like SpadeX was just able to figure out what was done there, what was delivered by Team T3. Now we are moving on to the game number 3. That is going to be the chase cam towards Salt. Now, Paladin of Team SpadeX fully focusing now against Mario, even on his murder machine form up.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh no, a lot of damage here for T3.
Yep.
Their Paladin was resurrected, but that was actually a quick death for him.
Yep.
Even their Spirit Shaper, but now their HPs are still on low. But as for SpaceX, they already lost their Sword Saint.
Yes. Very dangerous scenario here for the Sword Saint, or rather for the main damage source of Team SpadeX. We have our chase cam now onto Mario, chasing down whatever can be killed onto the side of Team SpadeX. They did lost their formation. It does feel like no one is really targeting Mario here. He's still well within kill range. Gets caught by the Paladin, ladies and gentlemen, and Mario there getting controlled. But SpadeX is still not in a good spot right here. They're just able to converge. Well, in an instant, they get 4. Take the last one down. Force this series to a 2-1.
Oh my gosh, SpaceX has the momentum right now, and even though it wasn't like they were alive, all 5 of them there at the end. What's important is they were able to kill off all the members of T3. But if they really want to dominate the game, they have to sustain themselves and heavily rely on their support.
And also onto the idea here that SpadeX doesn't need to rush the gunslinger. There are far better targets here on the side of SpadeX. It does feel like they always just put the gunslinger or Mario here last. And it does look like the main priority would be of the Sword Saint plus the Paladin support here, or maybe even the Occultist here for the side of P3. Look at the damage being dropped towards the Occultist, already below 40% HP. We have our chase cam now onto Salt, and you're going to be seeing there that he is keeping Mario busy to just drop the crowd control onto the gunslinger, but the main damage goes someplace else. Maybe for the Sword Saint here of T3. You're seeing a summon, ladies and gentlemen, on that one, but you're also seeing the drop onto the HP bars here of T3. Alongside with SpadeX, lots of AoE being dropped against the Philippine representative here. Singapore also on a close score for the death counts being consecutive on their side.
Yeah, it's actually the Paladin that's dealing a lot of damage aside from the Gunslinger. That's why they were trying to pin down on the Paladin, and it was always effective when it was the Paladin that goes down first. But right now, it's the Sword Saint who's having a hard time sustaining himself, as well as the Paladin. I don't know if the Spirit Shaper and the Paladin of T3 are close to each other because they need each other's help. But as for SpadeX, they're actually dominating this game.
Yeah, right now they have it figured out already. They're just sending Salt to always keep Mario at bay. And this time, Salt changes target, shifted towards Xiao Yu, now stayed into the middle, tries to maybe target someone once more, shift onto Kamsi, chase cam onto Kamsi, which is the support here of Team Philippines. Still, Philippines is in critical health. Their Occult going down, their Sword Saint going down, resurrect onto the Sword Saint, no resu onto the Occultist. And you're going to be seeing Kamsi here just staying onto the back and just staying below the stage. She was spotted by Songyi. Songyi also casted his own ultimate 3v3 situation. It is a very close fight, JP.
Yeah, it actually is. And now it looks like game 1 all over again, because it looks like the Spirit Shaper, like I said, Kamsi, he can be the only one left for SpaceX. But I was just kidding, because 3 of them are alive again, in contrast to T3, which only has 2.
Yeah, Paladin is up. They were able to swing back, was able to get that Resurrect count. And that is only the 2 supports remaining, with the Resurrect, I think, not being allowed to be casted here by SpadeX. Still no reso, only the Occultist is done. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Philippines refuses to get eliminated as they try to finish up the last remaining member of Singapore. Team SpadeX wins the series.
Wow! Filipino people, Filipino viewers should be very happy right now.
Wow.
SpaceX finally moves on to the next round here in the lower bracket, waiting for another match with a Vietnamese team. But yeah, it was a good effort for T3 there. But it was when SpaceX got their first win, they didn't back down anymore. They had that momentum and they didn't let it go. So as for the damage, we give it to Salt, who was actually their paladin, and for the healing, Kamsi really did a good job healing there.
Also, lots
7 to 8%.
Lots of cool damage from Salt, from the paladin of Team SpadeX. It was Heaton that has the highest BR, but it is gonna be Salt that actually paid big dividends for his teammates. So really job well done there for Salt.
Yeah, really congratulations, SpaceX. So we're okay. So we finished the first two matches here in the lower bracket. We get to see the Vietnam teams again: Luan Hoi, VN Glory team, Lemon, and Hackback. Now this is I've been preparing myself emotionally for this, Jinbu, because they're really full of sustains.
Yes.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there was this one game that they maxed out the 3-minute timer.
Yes, they maxed out the 3-minute timer. Most likely even reach game 5. For the series. Lots of expectations actually from the two teams right there. And the idea here is who will be getting onto the semifinals, who will be getting onto that upper bracket finals. You really want to get that momentum, because again, you just need to win 2 more games, and you just need to win 2 more games and you're already secured, the grand final slot. And the cool part about securing the grand final slot is the lowest you can get is the 2nd place,
That's true.
So that's a pretty big prize pool to be secured.
Oh my gosh. And I just remembered, speaking of the prize pool, we have $17,000 in our prize pot. And for the first placer, of course, the champion, they'll get $10,000. For the second placer, they'll get $5,000, and the third placer, $2,000.
So that's very big, That's very big. Just for tonight. Okay, guys, one of the teams most likely coming from Vietnam will be taking home $10,000. And that's a very big amount of money. And just really competing here in the Southeast Asian Tournament Finals. A really nice jump start or kickstart, on really bringing to the fans, to the players, what Revelation Mobile Esports is about.
Yeah, and I actually miss casting MMO 5v5. It's actually quite familiar because we really do see a lot of layering of skills.
Yes.
That we tend to miss out a lot because they're just really like.
And also the effects are like not really fully activated. So.
Yeah,
so
true.
there are some skills that are very are quite difficult to spot, but of course that is done, of course, to optimize the spectator's view. But what is important is actually how the players are actually combining, these lineups. That is the beauty of MMO, is that the modern day MMOs really requires a lot of teamwork, a lot of team play. Well, same as old MMOs, but modern day MMOs, there's really a lot of element going on around it, And the most popular technique is always sustain, always heal.
Yes, that's true. And also in my experience with MMOs, 5v5s, it's always about the sustain. It's always about the sustain. Even in 1v1s, the guy or the class who has the most heal, that also has the ability to deal damage, usually survives. And that's actually the reason why Occultist is the favorite recently. I think there was a poll recently that Occultist is the top 1 class. I think that they did that for the 1v1, since it can heal itself and deal some kind of damage as well. And also having the light and dark side.
A lot can be done, for the Occultist class. I think that is totally expected. They say that the Occultist class has the highest skill ceiling, class for that one, because there's really a shift in playstyle when you are switching into your light or dark form. On that one. But when it comes to MMO, my mindset is, one class is stronger now and don't expect it to be strong after months, you know. Things can change really quick. So just stick to what you really want to play, you know. Just stick to like what you really want to play for that time. And generally when I play MMO, I just like playing all class, you know.
Really, I usually do range or probably support. I never front. I don't know why.
My default is always the melee classes, and I love the idea here of Revelation Mobile. They have a lot of swordsman class, like sword class, even though it's like a mage caster already. Like for example, the elemental class of the sword mage, or maybe even the blade master, or maybe even the sword seed. It's very interesting, no blade master for this one, right?
Yeah, that was actually quite curious. I just realized that ever since this night started, we haven't seen a blade master at all. I think it's the only one we didn't see, because we got to see paladins.
Paladin is probably the most popular just because of the shields, you know, just because of the protection you can do, plus the decent damage you can also do, especially when you have really good end game items, you know.
I totally agree. And also the paladin, and the occultist, those two never leaves the game.
Here we go, guys. We have the match already set in. Once again, it is going to be a Vietnam versus Vietnam match. Our first upper bracket match, so to speak. One of these two teams will be going into the upper bracket finals. Team Lun Hoi versus VN Glory team. Both are from Vietnam.
Okay, so BR check. Since you're already here at the upper bracket, BR check, just an estimation. I think Luan Hoi has a bigger chance on winning this one. I remember during the previous match, we did the BR check and predicted that SpaceX might win because of the BR advantage. But and as here, Luan Hoi actually has the BR advantage for this match, but I'm not sure what VN Glory team's gonna do about it. Let's see. But as for the classes that they're using, they're quite similar. Oh, Luan Hoi is using 3 supports too, if I'm not mistaken.
It does look like,
see that right?
We'll see later. But again, I do agree on the BR check on that one. But what really like makes me really curious about what happened for this tournament was of Lun Hoi losing earlier to Avenger 2 games, you know. It was I'm not sure what kind of mistake or what happened there, or what tactic was done by Avenger, because it does feel like NVN made short work of Avenger, right?
Yes.
Compared to the match delivered by Avenger versus Lun Hoi. So this VN Glory team, they're the ones who actually took down NVN. So there's a lot of question now, like now that we've seen the matches of the teams that they have defeated, what about the matches of the team that has won, right?
I'm actually trying to wrap my head around it as well, and but maybe one factor to consider is the BR, and probably Luan Hoi was just maybe waking up. Since like they're the first ones to showcase themselves, but I don't know when it comes to VN Glory team what will happen, and I'm actually quite curious. I mean, I wish I could speak or understand Vietnamese, but do these two teams scrim against each other?
Yeah, very aggressive support here from Lun Hoi, already just going in.
That's true.
And just casted some of the
they're really pushing forward, and they're so far from the platform already.
Lun Hoi is being the aggressor here, and VN Glory team, actually Lun Hoi is actually the one that is not the aggressor. VN Glory team is the main aggressor. It does feel like both has trust on the supports, that you know what their supports can do, and as expected here, JP, very low damage count from both sides.
That's true. And we can actually expect one match here, maxing out that 3-minute timer or 4-minute timer. But I'm actually surprised with the strategy of VN Glory team just pushing forward, intimidating the members of Luan Hoi. And Luan Hoi members really had no choice but to back away from them. But they're slowly gaining their strength back.
Yes.
And even after losing one member earlier, I think that that was a sword mage. After the resurrect, it was easy for them to deal that death against the sword mage. But
no one's even targeting Samsam here. No one's even targeting Samsam. He's been staying on the upper platform for quite some time. VN Glory team is losing their HP bars steadily, but I do feel there's still a lot of resurrect options being available. They did lost their sword mage on that one. No resurrect is coming still. I'm not sure why. Probably saving it up for the support team. Leonhoy now focusing on the VN Glory team's support. Destroyed their occultists as well. Only, they have two sword mage, VN Glory team. No. Sorry.
Yeah.
One was the support. So they did remove their sword mage. That is an early
like...
support remove. Now they are moving towards the Paladin, and Team Leonhoy takes game number 1.
That was quick. Quicker
quick
than we expected.
Yes.
And it was actually funny, to be honest, because VN Glory team was so intimidating during the first minute. Yeah, but somehow Leonhoy, they kept their cool. They just backed away a little and gained their strength back. Waited for the cooldowns. Let's see if they can do the same here in game number 2.
Maintaining another fight here into the platform. That is going to be the pullback of the Paladin getting cancelled here. Chase cam still onto that occultist of the VN Glory team. Still the same story as game number 1. A little bit of the delay on that part as Team VN Glory is still the aggressor here, pushing back Leonhoy, or maybe it is Leonhoy that is pulling them back. You're going to be seeing the Star Sword there getting dropped from that Sword Mage, and still it is going to be that Paladin of the VN Glory team that tries to get the disruption here against Leonhoy. A bit slow for the DPS, but still a considerable DPS or considerable damage getting dropped there by the Leonhoy squad. It is now 20% onto the HP here of the VN Glory team. They also lost one of their support.
They lost their support, and that's actually quite a problem. But he was able to heal himself back, or resurrect. But he died again. I don't wait. Wow, only resurrection coming from the Spirit Shaper, of course.
Yeah, they have 2 supports anyway, so that's good. But still, the question here is actually onto the cooldown of the Resurrect. Multiple members getting pulled out here against the members of the VN Glory team. Now, VN Glory tries to move forward still. They have the numbers advantage, especially with the Sword Mage still down onto the side of Leonhoy. It does feel like, I don't sense Leonhoy being behind on this one. It does feel like they're just playing or buying for time. But VN Glory team doesn't stop their aggression. They're now fully focusing against the Paladin. Members of Leonhoy really taking full control of this map, now staying onto the upper platform.
That's true. Yeah, and the VN Glory team, now that they've gained all their HPs back, I don't know what the Sword Mage of Leonhoy is gonna do. But the Paladin wasn't able to survive as well. So there's already a 3 versus 5 situation. And without the Paladin, we all know that it's gonna be hard to progress throughout the next minute already. And now all of them are slowly losing their lives. Either the Sword Saint and probably the next one will be the Occultist. But it's too early to tell. VN Glory team is having the time of their lives right now.
Spirit Shaper going down. There's a resurrect for the Spirit Shaper. Did not use the resurrect for their main damage dealers early on. For the longest time, Leonhoy has been fighting this one with the numbers disadvantage. Occultist, Spirit Shaper going down. Last support here for the side of Leonhoy, and VN Glory team knows what's up. It is gonna be a 1-1 for the series.
Whoa. Okay, VN Glory team. They got the other point, and it was actually a good effort coming from them, and knowing that Leonhoy has the BR advantage too. So for VN Glory team to win there in game number 2 means that BR doesn't really matter. And now game number 3 is already starting. Let's see who's the more aggressive one.
Yeah, man. Okay. Still, there's a lot of question now. I do feel that Leonhoy won that game number 1 convincingly, but it looks like VN Glory team was read properly against the weakness here of Leonhoy. Like I said, as expected, you know, if it's a VN versus VN match, you're gonna be seeing quite the close fight here. Now look at this. It's gonna be the VN Glory team fully focusing against that Paladin, which is probably the main damage source as well from the Leonhoy squad. Now we have our chase cam here onto the Paladin of Leonhoy. Was able to walk up. Han here, moving forward, was able to block out CP, focusing towards CP here. And it's taken down the Sword Mage here of the VN Glory team.
And I remember in game number 2, it was actually the losing the Paladin gave away the weakness of Luan Hoi there. So if the Glory team is going to be able to do that again, they'll get game number 3. But right now, again, we don't have to speak too soon. Let's see where this goes, especially that both teams' members are all alive.
I mean, man, tons of expectations here again from the two Vietnam squad, but again, it is what is expected. You know, a close fight here on our upper platform. 1S on our chase cam, and it does look like VN Glory team has taken good control already of this. As you see, most of the members of Luan Hoi has 40% on their HP. Frog, maintaining his own distance, tries to pull some of the member here of the team Luan Hoi. But doesn't matter, they still have the lead, is maintaining and keeping the team Luan Hoi busy onto the back line. But Luan Hoi, even if they have low health here, low HP bars, as long as they're intact, as long as they are alive, they maybe could sustain up their support in critical health, getting chased through. They lost their support and also their sword mage. It's gonna be a 3v4 situation in favor of the VN Glory team.
That's true, and I think what happened earlier is mimicking itself again. Luan Hoi already lost 2 members, and we are not seeing any sight of resurrection. Their Paladin already went down too, so there's already a 2 versus 4. And I don't know how the Spirit Shaper and the Occultists are going to survive, because VN Glory team is really domineering right now.
Yeah, man. It's very heavy now. It's very heavy. So right now, again, there is a good cycle between the two teams, but VN Glory team, as you mentioned, has taken good control. It's a matter of just clearing through the map. Ladies and gentlemen, Occultist is the only one remaining here, 50% onto the HP. Lots of damage. He knows it's GG. It is VN Glory team taking game number 3 here against Luan Hoi. And congratulations!
And another surprise! Yeah, another
for our
surprise
peak view milestone. Thank you so much for all of our viewers who's tuning in at home.
Another code for you guys, BOGC Final 3, and keep on sharing, because we might hit the next milestone as we watch the games. Well, we did see that Luan Hoi earlier, I think their Occultist wasn't moving during the last second, but we also saw their Paladin being killed off in less than 10 seconds just as the game started. VN Glory team here are using their aggression with more discipline in contrast to game number 1.
To game number 1, I do feel JP, that there is warrant, you know, for that aggression on game number 1. VN Glory team knows that they have the advantage, or they know that they have the better composition, or probably, you know, that they have the battle experience compared here to Luan Hoi. Henceforth, they are being so aggressive. Right now, they're really juggling properly. You know, they're really juggling properly here against Luan Hoi. And the VN Glory team, you cannot really discount them whenever their HP bars, you know, is dropped.
That's true. Yeah, I agree. And Luan Hoi, they just really need to be careful here, because VN Glory team already knows their weakness. Especially that. I mean, we've seen it again. The Paladin went down. And that's actually their greatest weakness. When you get the Paladin out of the picture, it's just really so easy for your opponent to dominate, and that's what they're doing right now. The Sword Mage is also out, and probably the next one would be the Sword Saint, just like the chronological order of things in the previous games.
Indeed. Okay, again, tough situation here for the side of Luan Hoi. I'm very curious. This is similar as well for their game number 2, where they lost 2 members, and it does feel like they've lost control. Now one of their supports, 50% health, gets dropped here. Resurrect, not gonna be out. Remember that Luan Hoi here, even if they lost this one, they're not yet out of the tournament. Their support is now alive. Ladies and gentlemen, it is gonna be onto the Occultist. That is our chase cam once more, and he is being attempted to be chased by the Paladin. Occultist was able to walk out, but still, they're only just him. And also one support remaining for the side of Luan Hoi. Occultist down. One support remaining here for the side of Luan Hoi. And VN Glory team knows what's up. They're going to be moving towards the upper bracket semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be 3-1 for this series. VN Glory team.
They were actually, I love the energy that VN Glory team showcased there. Like no holding back. Coming from VN Glory team, they just kept pushing forward in there. And most damage, of course, came from Sippy, since he's the sword mage, and most healing came from Yufam, their spirit shaper. So their paladin also took a lot of damage, as well as the sword saint. But I love how balanced their damages and healings are. You know, it wasn't really it wasn't really carried by solely one member in terms of one role.
Yeah.
It's actually quite balanced for them, and that's actually, I think, that's what made them strong.
Also, on top of the sustain, the composition, as well as, you know, the class that they have included, their position as well, very, very evident on this match. Like, we've seen the matches go back and forth, like in front of the platform, closer to the side of Lunhoy, then, you know, above the platform and even below the platform. They're really utilizing the map. Imagine if we have a different map, you know, the one with more barriers, maybe, or maybe a bigger map. It's gonna be an interesting match, you know, between Vietnam teams. Now, speaking of Vietnam teams, there's the bracket updated. Lunhoy will be facing Spade X on the lower bracket. When VN Glory team gonna be waiting for the winner between Lemon and Hackback.
Yeah, this is actually what I was waiting for, since Lemon earlier was the, I think, I remembered them as the team who used 3 supports. A lot of healing there, and more sustain if you're gonna pair them up against Hackback. So unlike the previous match between Lunhoy and the Glory team, we can expect longer game times here.
Indeed. Again, I'm still voting for Lemon on that one. So I really hope Lemon wins
really take it back.
this one. I mean, that's like a direct question already. Regards that who I think will be the champion. Well, I'm banging on the upper seed, you know, for the side here, and we'll still see. You know, we will still see. The match earlier of Hackback against T3 is also one of the most interesting as well. Although it's still one-sided, but yeah, again, this is how excellent or how well versed you are in controlling or using the compositions that is meta in Vietnam, and that is the sustained compositions.
That's true, and when we see like sustained matches, you really have to plan out on who's gonna be the main damage dealer here, and what kind of formation, like do we need to stick together all the time, or does it depend on the team that we're going to be against with? Because there are some teams that you'd have an advantage on when you are dispersed, but there are some teams that you'll have a lot of advantage when you guys are so close to each other, and that happens. Okay, I just remember that there are no gunslingers here, since this is the Vietnamese way. No Blade Masters, no Gunslingers, and we are actually seeing similar. No Paladin for Hackback. Am I seeing this right? It's quite interesting.
Yeah, they're using 2 Sword Saints. Okay, they're gonna be using 2 Sword Saints here with 3 supports. So no Paladin, but one of their Sword Saints, okay, Lin, has 124 BR rating.
Oh wow!
It's very, very
I don't know
high.
what I do with that.
Whereas here, Kaim from Lemon, I think he's hiding his BR rating, or maybe not. He's level 74.
I think it's a new account. It's probably a new account.
Yeah, it's very interesting. That's very risky.
Yeah. But let's see. I mean, a Paladin has always been strong on his, like innately strong.
Yes.
But I'm more curious that Hackback, because it is going to be the first match that we're seeing today without a Paladin.
Indeed. Again, this is gonna be our last match for this round. As we head on again, we are waiting for this team who will be going into that upper bracket finals. There's a lot of expectations, of course, from the Vietnam squad. And like we mentioned, with the situation in the upper bracket, we surely have one Vietnam team going into the grand finals. But it's a matter of who. So we have the VN Glory team. Now there's only 3 teams remaining here. Alongside with VN Glory team, we have Team Lemon, and we also have Team Hackback. And of course, the matches as well for the lower bracket. So again, just to repeat for everyone, the running composition here of Team Vietnam is more on the controlled side of things. There's just a very interesting approach here by Team Hackback, which is having no Paladin. But I totally understand, you know, if you have a high BR rating character, why not go for that, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a sword saint. And I'm not really familiar with sword saints being used as like a tanker or some kind of protector, but I do think that sword saints are also capable. Sword saints are long range DPS.
Yeah.
So I think their strategy here is to just really bank on the healing and healing and healing.
Yeah. There's higher damage coming from the side of the sword saints, but the shields won't be there. You know, that's the striking difference between sword saint and the paladin. You can just rely the paladin to be onto the backline, tries to chase the target onto that backline with a lot of insurance on their side, because you know they have sustain, they have their own heal, and they also have their own shield. But you know, because no paladin onto the side of Hackback here, that won't be present. Take note that there are some support skills as well that can come from your paladin.
Yeah, and I my favorite passive from the paladin, of course, is the damage reduction, because you definitely would need that. And I mean, sword saints and occultists are also capable of giving damage reduction buffs for your teammates, but it's really different when you say it's when it's a paladin, you know. And I love paladins because they're the living proof of offense. I mean, defense is the best offense.
Yeah,
and we've seen that for from the previous matches. So it's actually quite some
in
MMORPGs.
In MMORPGs, it comes down to PvP. Vitality as well as defense stats are very, very important. That's why there's always this pattern of having paladins always shine through the PvP. And we have the match starting already. Here we go.
Gosh.
You're seeing there, Lemon taking the upper win here against Hackback. A punishment against Lin Lin here, the highest BR rating player for the side of Hackback. They already lost 2. Make that 3 members gone for the side of Hackback.
I don't know, because this is actually very quick, and we've missed kind of almost 2 minutes of the match, it's actually amazing to see that Lemon is surviving with their HPs full, like nobody ever harmed them.
Yeah, look at that. So we have Kaim. We're looking at Kaim. I do feel that Kaim was able to hide his stats. I feel like Kaim was hiding his stats. His BR was very, very low. So I feel like here Kaim has a lot of impact. Look at that. He's not even getting taken down. There are different targets here for the side of Lemon. Hackback here, some of their support are actually feeling the pain coming in from the AoEs here of Team Lemon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna be seeing Hackback as well. Dishing out damage for the support here of Lemon, as well as the sword saint of Lemon. Almost in kill range, sword saint down.
Oh no, and Hackback, they had no choice but to disperse in there. It's just that they're losing control on who really to attack or who really to focus on their skills right now. But again, this is a sustained battle, so it doesn't really matter who gets the damage. It matters who gets the more heal, which is more evident for Lemon apparently.
Steady on that one. Our chase cam is still onto Lin Lin, which is the high BR player here for the side of Hackback, which is also the substitute for that Paladin, which is Sword Saint, and he is already gone. Was able to receive the resurrect here. It does feel like sends a message for Hackback that Lin Lin is a high priority player, you know, to be resurrected here in favor of Hackback. Lemon once more. It doesn't feel like their game 1. It does feel like their game 1 was maybe just a fluke against Hackback here, because things are not looking so easy for them right now.
Oh, no.
But let us see once the resurrect cooldowns are down. Now, members here of Hackback, we have our chase cam onto the second sword saint here of Hackback, which is Xiao Xiao, and also being traded for by Team Lemon.
Yeah, and okay, so their sword saint. Oh, their sword mage is this sword saint or sword mage? Sword saint.
Yeah.
Okay, is part losing some HP, but Hackback is actually receiving a lot of damage from those AoE damages from Lemon, and the sword saint had to go down finally, but was able to resurrect.
Yep.
But the resurrection here must be managed very well,
Yep.
since there's a sustained battle and you only get a few chances. And the timer is slowly running out.
Yep.
As compared to game number 1, it was
Also,
finished in 2-minute mark.
After Lemon's support died, and then there's the resurrect. There was an attempt to kill the support once again, but Lemon answered with tons of AoE onto the other targets here of Team Hackback. We now have what I could say quite a close fight. One support as well of Team Lemon is still in kill range, was completed there by Hackback. 4v5 situation, resurrect getting burned as early as now. Now the sword sync. Let us see if that can be dropped as well onto the side of Lemon. Still, they have the sustain. Their Paladin will be going down. Hackback taking the upper hand and the advantage on this one, capitalizing not onto the sustain or tankiness, but rather on the mobility of their composition. But 5v5 scenario as well. Another resurrect is burned onto the side of Lemon right here. 5v4, 4v4, ladies and gentlemen. But still, Hackback has the resurrect advantage.
That's true, and also the HP advantage, not say, but the Spirit Shaper of Lemon is actually fighting the effort to look for the teammates or to look for the proper position, because Hackback is literally in the center of the 4 of them. Now the 3 of them is trying to win against the 5 of Hackback, but they're starting to lose hope here. I think Hackback is running to get a point for themselves.
Have to be very careful. 20 seconds onto the timer, ladies and gentlemen. But it does feel like Hackback knows what's up, and Lemon already conceded on this 1-1 for our series. I do feel, JP, this is gonna be our close series, you know?
Yeah, and well, like we said, they're full of supports in both these teams, and it was so amazing to watch that we only have 15 seconds left before that game ended. I mean, what could have happened, right?
What could have happened? Yeah. Tons of expectations here from the two teams. Once more, we have game number 3. Camera towards Xiao Xiao, which is actually one of the sword states as well on the Hackback side. You can actually see that they're utilizing 3-man members as well onto the key targets here against Lemon, which is the supports. Right now, Hackback realized that they have the damage advantage, so they could just maybe aim to quickly burst the supports. But Lemon here shifted its strategy by focusing as well onto the occultists of Team Hackback, with that their Paladin and also their sword state is getting punished.
Well, here's what I am rooting for from Lemon, because since they have the Paladin, they have the crowd control advantage as well. But as for Hackback, since they know how to disperse themselves or when to center themselves, they can easily escape those crowd controls. And maybe that's the reason why they chose not to use a Paladin.
Indeed, man. So far, it's paying dividends. So far, it is working here for the side of Hackback. And might be a big headline, especially if Hackback wins the series all throughout. Lemon is still not yet folding against Hackback, ladies and gentlemen. But you can actually see the HP bars here clearly favoring the side here of Hackback, unless Lemon is able to pierce through one of the supports. Camera onto Lin, just trying to make sure that the damage is always dealt against the support here of Lemon, so that the health, the sustain is always awkward on their side. There is gonna be sustain being done as well onto the sword set here of Team Lemon. So things are really looking so flat out there and close.
And Lemon, it's actually worrisome that one of them is starting to lose. Oh my gosh! It was actually Hackback that I was talking about, but thanks to the resurrect available, of course, but AoE damage coming from the Paladin of Lemon, it's actually hard for them to breathe right now.
Indeed, man, it is crazy. It is crazy right now for this game, as we are actually entering the 2-minute mark already. You know, we might end up with a close fight right now, but it does look like Hackback is being figured out by Lemon. Now, earlier it was Lemon that was struggling slightly. Hackback is struggling greatly. That is consecutive kills completed by Lemon against one support, maybe 2 supports, as they remove the occultist, killed also one of the sword state, and killed one support. All resurrects are down against the side here of Hackback. This is a round to be taken in by Lemon.
It's always the occultist that's left for Hackback. And Lemon, again, if once they win this, they win again with all 5 of them alive. And this is what matters when you are good. You are so good in distributing your skills, like managing your skills, especially the heals, the sustains. Another point for Lemon. Again, So match point for Lemon in favor of Lemon, but let's see how Halfback is gonna fight against this because they already had it during game number 1. So I don't know how they're gonna get back up from this.
Yes, onto the series. I mean, Halfback needs to figure out something as well against Lemon here. There's a shift into the strategy. You could actually observe that Halfback is fully blitzing towards the support of Lemon, but they only managed to deliver him below 60 or 80% health. And of course, he can easily sustain that one up. There's a lot of danger that can come as well from the Lemon side because also Lemon has a lot of kill threat, especially against the supporter Halfback. Already below 20% out of the HP, has to sustain on that one. Managed to walk away, so Lemon now shifts its target. We're going to be seeing our camera towards Xiao Xiao, which is actually the Sword Saint to the side of Halfback here. And of course, was able to do some considerable damage against the Sword Saint as well of Team Lemon. Now they have to maintain their distance. We have a close fight here as both of the two teams is just trading up combos one after the other.
Yeah, that's true. It's just that Lemon has the Paladin advantage, I should say. But Halfback here, they do have some damage reductions coming from those two Sword Saints, but they'd have to separate themselves from one another. But it's hard for them to do that right now since the crowd control of the Paladin and other members of Lemon are actually trapping them, thus making them hard to regroup.
Yes. Again, the idea here is to actually get together, especially when things goes out. So, you know, it is not that, so that no one gets isolated easily from the two sides. But look at that, the sustain on Lemon really just clutching through. But Halfback managed to actually get the proper tempo as well with their HP bars onto the lead of this one. They will lose. Lemon here might lose one of their supports. No, he managed to survive, managed to walk away, and the Occultist is also supporting the support. Just making sure that no one get close onto him. Look at that. You can actually see Lin just fully focusing here. All the members of Team
3 versus 1. Oh,
focusing against the support. Managed to survive. He managed to survive. This is very dangerous now for Halfback. They doubled down on killing the support here, the Spirit Shaper of Team Lemon. They might be punished big time here.
Yes, actually, they need to go for one player that doesn't heal much, but that's really hard because Lemon is made of healing. It's just what they are. And Halfback here, their efforts were really in vain there earlier, and they have to wait for their cooldowns to reset to be able to do that again. But as for Lemon here, both teams are actually just sustaining themselves. It's just that the AoE coming from Lemon is stronger.
Indeed. Yeah, the offer coming from Lemon is totally stronger. You're gonna be seeing an HP situation again here, which is totally in favor of Lemon. Now Halfback here. Most of the members are actually below 50% health. 4 out of that one, 5 out of that one, and now it's a matter of just blocking through one by one. Resurrect must be burned. It's not getting used for the. It's not being used for the Sword Saint. That is gonna be one support down. They did use that onto the Sword Saint, but the support did go down. No resurrect is happening now for the support here of Halfback. They lost Lin, one of their main damage dealers here, the Sword Saint of Halfback. Ladies and gentlemen, 3v5 scenario, a very close fight. Only one remaining, and that's it. 3-1. A very beautiful fight between Team Lemon and Team Halfback.
Oh my gosh, Lemon is really doing it. This is really the high class. I don't know what you call it. It's really them who first showed the 3 supports tonight, and they're really doing it. They're making it happen, and it doesn't really matter of how much damage they deal. It only matters how much healing they deal with each other.
I feel like actually Unis and Iyashi here. I think they have healing capabilities, but they also have decent damage. Look at that, they have kill counts.
Yeah,
and they have high damage counts as well. So I think these are mages, I would say. You know, this classify as mages. You know, for the teams. But again, it's a crazy fight. It's it does feel like Halfback has shown us that you don't necessarily need the Paladin. And having, you know, Sword Saint does actually work, especially if it's IBR. But of course, Lemon is sticking into the basics. They have, I would say, a far easier composition to roll out compared to the 2 Sword Saint composition of Team Halfback. And with that, guys, we now have for tonight the upper bracket finalist teams. Both are from Vietnam. Once again, winning earlier against Team Lun Hoi, it is going to be the BN Glory team. And the win against Sakbak, that would be Team Lemon.
That's true. But as for the lower bracket, we're gonna watch them again later on. We're gonna see 2 matches with Vietnamese teams again. Yes, guys, we do realize already how dominating Vietnam teams are, and but of course Malaysia and Philippines will still take their chances on surviving the lower bracket and hope for a spot in the lower bracket finals.
Indeed, man. Again, we are nearing the conclusion. We actually passed halfway, you know. We're about halfway to our tournament. Again, up next, we will have that upper bracket finals, which is really, really very important in determining who will be securing, you know, the second place. It is big. It is very, very big. All right. So, again, to all of our viewers, do not forget to share the live stream. We still have an amazing night slated for everyone, you know, especially to those who play and enjoy Revelation Mobile, and of course to everyone who enjoys MMORPG esports.
Yes. Oh, yeah! Okay. Thank you po, madam.
Copy.
Balance mode nga pala.
Alright, so again guys, we have the lucky wheel on your screen. Make sure that, again, you guys be sure to participate on our lucky wheel. We're going to be spinning it, you know, our winners for 2 Razer cards worth $10 and of course, Gcash prizes as well. So here we have Razer cards winner. Congratulations guys to everyone, okay, who participated. Make sure that you follow the proper format for this one. Again, you could have your role ID, your IG, and your server and your nation. This is how we use, you know, how we input the tools or how we input the comments for this lucky wheel.
So right now we're focusing on Malaysia, and then later on we're gonna have Gcash raffle for Philippines. Yeah.
There you go. Congratulations to our winners from Malaysia. Okay. And of course, guys, anyone who's watching, you can get a chance to participate. You get a chance to participate in all of our giveaways. Just make sure that you follow the proper format and the proper input. Okay? To be included onto this lucky wheel.
And for you guys who just got here, the proper format, of course, is for you guys to comment your role ID, space, your IGN, space, your server, and then space, your nation or the country where you come from. Okay?
Indeed.
So don't lose them. Role ID, IGN, server, and nation for you guys to get a chance to have a share of the Razer cards and Gcash.
Yeah. Again, guys, that will be you will be contacted. That will be credited onto you. So it's not just in-game stuff that you get to win here in our tournament. And it's not just the teams, you know, it's not just the teams who are going to be taking home something from our tournament. Congratulations from our players from Singapore and, of course, on Malaysia. We got Mad Wabbit here. So congratulations, guys.
So we're waiting for 2 more winners.
Yep. So I think Mad Wabbit here is our 3rd one. I think we're gonna be choosing our 4th winner or our last arena. We got 2 Razer cards, you know, for both, you know, 2 respectively Razer cards for both Malaysia and Singapore. There's also Gcash credits like JP has mentioned earlier. So, you know, that is mainly for PH, Philippine players. And of course, biggest shoutouts to everyone who's tuning in to our tournament, tuning in here at the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asia Finals, you know, Southeast Asia tournament. Again, guys, out of the 8 teams, only 2 still remove after this Lucky Wheel. We're gonna be heading on to a very, very short break. But there are still 6 teams competing on this one. And on the next set of matches, we are about to determine the first team that will make it to the grand finals. Alright, maybe let's choose our 4th winner.
This is...
Oh.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
we have all the 4 winners.
I would really love to pronounce your names, guys. But...
Yeah, we have all the 4 winners from our Lucky Wheel. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Job well done. And of course, it's still not yet over. We still have a lot of Lucky Wheel sets to be given away every time before we head on to a short break on every segment. So be sure to tune in, guys. Okay, be sure to use your name getting mentioned. Okay, again, just for a quick repeat, up next would be our upper bracket finals, as well as 3. I think we have two lower bracket matches. And of course, in determining the lower bracket semi-finals. So, really, these are very high-stake matches, and I feel like the more we get through the games, JP, the higher the quality of the matches are, right?
That's true, and we're going to expect a lot more sustains in the coming matches. But of course, I hope your support still remains. So don't go away, guys. Stay with us.
Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asia Tournament Finals. Of course, for Revelation Mobile, we are casters Shinbu alongside with Paring JP. We came in from our second set of matches, witnessing matches actually on the lower bracket as well as the upper bracket matches. This time, we are now at the second half of our tournament, JP.
Yes, and again, greetings everybody. Welcome back to our grand spectacle for tonight here in Southeast Asia. So later on, we are nearing on to the thrilling conclusion of the Blaze of Glory 2023 International, Revelation Infinity Tournament. But we are moving forward real quick to our next match. Is going to be between NBN versus Hackback. Hackback actually just finished their match with Lemon earlier, but NBN had quite a long break there after their match with Avenger.
Yeah. Also, I want to remind everyone that even with the BR rating being displayed here, the BR ratings are disabled, for our matches. So actually, their BR ratings, or rather on the tournament mode or on the battlefield that they are fighting, everything is normalized. So it's really up to the execution of the two teams and whatever like composition they choose to actually go with. So it's really a show of skills, between the two teams, and that's why anything can go still, for this tournament. So for this match, we have NBN, and once again we have Hackback. Earlier we have some cool matches, from these two teams. There's even a point where we saw a great match between NBN as well as with Hackback. When NBN as well as with Avengers, right?
Yeah.
With Avengers, which we thought that the Thailand team or the Thai team is a major contender and would be winning their match against Malaysia. But here we are. We have the Malaysian squad, NBN, versus Vietnam's Hackback. Lots of expectations here. One of the most heated matches we witnessed earlier was between Hackback and Lemon as well. So here we go, guys. Aggressor here would be a Hackback.
Yep, and NVN, we have seen their aggression earlier coming from their match with Avenger, but Hackback here has to say something about it. I think Hackback was able to use their Paladin again.
Yep.
Okay, this is a good sign. And as for NBN, they're actually taking in a lot of aggression. They're actually being the aggressive ones against Hackback because they want to get this over with real quick, knowing that Hackback has a lot of sustain. And as for NBN, there are no gunslingers this time.
Yeah, they actually went in, onto the upper part of the stairs, and it was actually NBN that was waiting on the advance of Hackback. Hackback was diving, way confident, advancing a bit more past the circle against NBN, and it does feel like NBN just took their time. They were able to burn through two resurrections against Hackback right here, and Hackback didn't hesitate, and then of course keeping the numbers even and maintained the 5-5 even with burning to two resurrections, and of course was able to answer with a kill of their own against that sword mage here of NBN.
And just as expected, of course, they're going to resurrect. And Hackback, we've seen this earlier, they're taking in a lot of AoE damage, but knowing that they have a lot of sustained capabilities, they can still survive, and who knows how many resurrects they have under their sleeves. But as for NBN, they're backing on their aggressive plays. It's actually their aggression that they're trying to utilize. I'm just curious whether they want to do it against one player of Hackback or they want to do it as AoE.
Indeed, man. Let us see. Let us observe once more. 2 minutes into the count, ladies and gentlemen. It does feel like NBN is getting an upper hand early on. Critical life for the point of their Paladin and as well as their Sword Saint. But they are able to actually pluck out that Paladin as well, and also the Occultist against the side of Hackback. It is a 3v4 scenario now on our field.
That's true. And well, for me, you have a better condition when your Paladin is still alive. Well, so as for Hackback, since they already lost their Paladin and Resurrect is nowhere to be found, they're slowly losing HPs one by one, the last 3 of them. And in the end, they already they lost Sword Saint again. So it's a 4 versus 2 situation, and we all know what's coming next. NBN is gonna take the win, and that's the first. That's for our first game.
Wow.
Yeah, and we didn't get past the 1 minute mark, and that's good news. Wow, 2,000.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much to all of our viewers. Our peak view milestone now has reached 2,000 views. And of course, do not forget to claim. Okay, guys? Do not forget to claim the code that is flashed onto your screen. BOGC Final 4. Okay, guys?
Oh my gosh, a lot of people are watching tonight, supporting their favorite teams. So please keep on sharing, guys. But let's go back to the match between NBN and Hackback, with NBN having a point advantage. As for Hackback, they're repeating the same mistakes that happened during game number 1. NBN is being aggressive towards them again, and they're being trapped here somewhere in the middle. They're trying to be aggressive against NBN, but it's too early to tell since, since they have that sustain capability. Even if they lose a lot of HP, they have the ability to take it back.
And again, JP here, NBN really surprising everyone with what they can do in this tournament. Take note that Hackback delivered a very close game against Lemon, and NBN here totally stepping up against Hackback. They're now delivering Hackback's HP bars in critical mass, as they are 5 members in below 50% health. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Sword Saint almost getting killed there by NBN. Good sustain onto the side of NBN here. They know that the chase cam is also onto the Paladin of Hackback, and still not really hitting anyone. Just now, he gets crowd control. He gets crowd control. He gets greeted early on by Team NBN. Remove the Paladin. Remove the Occultist. Remove also one of the major. Only one, maybe. Yeah, only one member remaining for the side of Hackback. And NBN looks like they are going for a clean 2-0 here. Match point already against Team Vietnam. This is very far from our expectations.
They actually thought hard about this. I remember earlier they were using a gunslinger, but specifically for a Vietnamese team, for Hackback, knowing that they're using sustains, they wouldn't want to use a gunslinger. They adjusted, and they're doing it well. They're actually performing well right now, and this actually means that there's a possibility that one of the top 4 teams of Blaze of Glory is not from Vietnam.
Yep, man. Let us observe, guys. Okay? Because look, again, this win by NBN, it is going to be very convincing should they really complete this series. Even in a sweep against Hackback. That is Hackback answering no. They were able to get a kill there against that Sword Mage as well of NBN. Brings also to that the Sword Saint, and that brings 2 members being, of course, maybe rested here by NBN. NBN being quite the aggressor here against Hackback, and this is very different from that game number 1 and game number 2. Are they going to be allowing Hackback to actually take 1 as well on this series?
What a turnaround, because the Occultist is not going to survive any soon, but the Paladin is still surviving, but I'm not sure whether he can do a 1 versus 5 situation here. Hackback finally gets a point. Just when we thought that NBN can get a clean sweep from this, no. Hackback wants to prove them wrong.
It's a very short round. That's a very short round. Does feel like NBN is being complacent there. But let us see. Hackback now, fully moving towards the middle. Observe now, it is going to be NBN waiting on them. There's the pull coming in from the Paladin. Chase cam also onto the Occultist here. Taking up position into the main back line. Tries to at least dish out some decent damage or maybe form of support. Guys on the light form, trying to sustain most of his allies. Stays onto the upper platform here. Does look like Hackback has the advantage right now to the early waves, early trades here of this match. But of course, they are making sure that the Sword Saint of Hackback is being kept busy. Sword Saint now, below 50% health. They try to get the kill or the blitz towards him. Maybe burn some Resurrect against Hackback. But Hackback's sustain is doing its job well. It is the Sword Saint of NBN getting punished now.
That's true. We felt the heaviness there of the members of Hackback when they were trying to pin down on that Sword Saint, exhausting all of their skills. But NBN really needs to learn from that. Now that they're all alive, they need to be more disciplined when it comes to using their skills, because they can't just exhaust themselves. And Hackback has a sustained capability, as we have known since the start of this night. So Hackback is actually the heavier one in terms of HP, and they're actually trying to surprise NBN, and they really don't want to lose this one. Obviously, since NBN is on match point, they can't just give it away.
they can just give away. That is very, very true, JP. So, it is clearly Hackback playing to survive as well on this match. But tons of AoE is paying big dividends here into the middle circle, ladies and gentlemen. 20% on all HP bars here of Hackback. They have to be very careful. They have to channel the heals properly. No follow through on the AoEs of NBN here. But they could start killing one by one. Sword Saint down. Occultist is down. Most of the members here of Team NBN could now focus maybe onto this Paladin. He's running Shinota, running for his life, getting forced here, focused by 4 members, but that buys enough time for the sustain or resurrect for his allies. No resurrect for the Paladin. Who will be the next target here of Team NBN?
And those HPs are so low already. And 3 down. 2 members left for Hackback. This is about for survivability. NBN survives. Wow.
Great job for Team NBN. Yup, their main damage dealer really hails from the 3 DPS here, which is the Sword Mage, Sword Saint, and also their Paladin. So they have this 3 damage comp, 1 tank as well, you know, in the form of the Paladin. And of course, support into the backline. This is very, very surprising from the side of NBN. Did not expect this because Hackback took a really great game, you know, against Lemon. And this is, JP, a lower bracket match. And that is the first Vietnam team going out of this competition.
True. And Malaysia just secured top 4. Congratulations! Really, this means a lot. We understand the reason why this means a lot, guys, how significant this is, because we understand how dominating Vietnam teams are. And if we recall earlier, the only 4 teams that moved forward in the upper bracket are all from Vietnam. So for Malaysia to survive, to have that grit, to move forward here in the lower bracket actually means a lot for Southeast Asia right now.
Good. Lots of curiosities here. This is really out of our expectation. NBN, I've actually voted for Avenger against NBN. Now voted for Hackback against NBN, and NBN proved us wrong. You know, it does feel like NBN here is one of the major contenders, or probably the top contender outside of Vietnam. So with that, they're gonna be heading on to the lower bracket semifinals. We have our next match slated, as you've seen on the bracket, and that would be Spade X. We have Spade X versus Loon Hoi.
Yeah, Loon Hoi was actually the one who defeated Avenger earlier in a close match, but somehow also earlier Spades X defeated T3, and we're trying the dynamics of these 2 teams, but as we remember, Loon Hoi being the first match earlier, they weren't really much of a sustain. They were actually it was actually a very even match against Avenger, but Spades X, I think they have to adjust this time to the sustainability that both that Loon Hoi can bring out of the game. But it's actually a surprise as well. It's going to be a surprise when we see the matchup on what kinds of talents or classes our teams will use for the specific match.
Especially the composition that they would decide, you know, for the matchup. Of course, this is going to be very, very important for all the Filipino fans out there for Team Philippines, considering that this is already the lower bracket matches, and Loon Hoi is also considered as a heavyweight team, you know, hailing from Vietnam, and has shown some great games as well on their initial run on the upper bracket matches. So we're getting more and more familiar with the teams and their tendencies and, you know, their approach to the games, but it does feel like there's still many strategies that can be done, you know, on that arena. As we have seen onto the side of earlier, it is Lemon versus Hackback, and this time it is NBN versus Hackback. So I expect something new right now. Obviously, this one is a vote for bias. I would just go with Spades X.
Me too.
Considering that is also my country, but I'm really like, there's this anxiety that, you know, they're facing a very, very strong team, and that is Loon Hoi.
Yeah, you know, Spades X, they can be surprising when it comes to the composition they bring out. But as for Loon Hoi, I don't really see a lot of adjustments coming from them, except for that one game where Hackback didn't use a paladin. I mean, that was the only surprise factor that we saw. So I'm not sure if Lunhoi is also going to bring out like a game without an occultist. I don't know, but probably not. They probably will go standard or go meta.
Yeah. Which is of course go for 3 supports, or maybe 1 mage, 2 supports. Then you'd also have your maybe a sword saint or a sword mage. Then you have your paladin. So it's really just the running meta here for Team Vietnam. But Philippines could easily mirror that as well. It's really a question of like how or will they, or like what did they get from their previous what did they saw from the previous match of the enemy team, of the team that they are facing now.
Yeah, and I just realized as well, if Spades X will also win this against Lunhoi, that would be a great underdog play, just like what NBN did. Just eliminating a Vietnamese force. I mean, the reason why we're saying this, guys, is because we respect the Vietnamese force. They're just really so dominating.
Major region, yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of, even in the previous stages, Vietnam really dominated the scene. So for other countries to rise up to that, or to level to that, it really means a lot. And there are also a lot of Filipino fans watching tonight supporting SpaceX. So and as well for Vietnamese, they're not hearing us now though, because there's a different stream for Vietnam. But we wish both teams the best of luck, and there's also a battle for survivability. So let's see how it goes. I'm hoping to see some surprising plays, especially from SpaceX, of course.
Yeah. And also the attitude for the play, like, are they gonna be very aggressive? Are they gonna go in as early as what Hackback has done against NBN, or are they gonna be playing it a bit more passive, like waiting for the cooldowns of the enemy team to get burned and just allow the sustain to endure all of that? It does feel like for the reso count of the teams, they have an average around 2-3 resurrects for a time when they do. So you have to go past the 2 kill count. Then once you get that, you try to take the drop against the other remaining members of the enemy team, or just basically make sure that the resurrect doesn't warrant anything, doesn't allow for the team to get an edge on you in terms of the cycling of the skills.
I totally agree. That's still it's still in my head, those resurrect counts, and like how much do they use it, how often do they use it, now that it makes more sense to think that. So we just hope that they use them wisely, because we can't really resurrect anybody at any time. But it really helps, because it really helps that your team is a sustained team, because you wouldn't really need the resurrect most of the time. Yeah. Especially except only if you're using a lot of sword mages or gunslingers, because as what we've observed from the previous matches, they're always the one to die fast.
Yeah, what I don't see actually is, this might be a bit very far-fetched. What I really don't see, and I don't know why, maybe because it might be too redundant, or maybe it will lack damage. I don't see any double paladin composition, no?
Yeah, I would love to see that, to be honest. Just
I think that would be interesting. Yeah, double paladin. Yeah.
Timer would run out, but I don't care.
Yeah. Can you, are you gonna be able to clear, the front line there? I think that is gonna be one of the tankiest compositions. But the problem there is that their backline might be vulnerable, might be too vulnerable.
That's true.
Because you could just go past the paladins and just kill the supports while enduring the relatively low damage from the paladins.
Or also how heavy is for the opposing team to just try to deal damage, but all efforts will just go in vain. and then probably timer will run out, and who knows what would happen if timer runs out, right? Maybe maybe we just give the win to the team who has
I
more
think the
members
closest
left.
timer was around 20 seconds
Yeah,
before finishing.
yeah. That was between Lemon and Hakba.
Yeah. I'm not sure what would be the running rule for that one. I do feel that it would be onto the kill count, you know, then most likely onto the scoreboard or onto the damage that is done, or you know, before the timer runs out, who has the most remaining members alive. So that one factor that you should also be very careful on burning through your resurrect, you know,
That's
early
true.
on.
There you go.
So here we go.
SpadeX versus Sunhoy. Finally, we are seeing here in the lower bracket. So for SpadeX, we have Kamsi, Salt, Eden, SF, and Black. And for Sunhoy, we have Satan, Asmodeus, Belial, Lucifer, and Samson. We meet again, guys. But again, just as Shinbu said earlier, do not mind the BR because we are in balance mode.
Yeah, this balance mode. So we got the team reintroduced once more, and so far, no gunslingers. You know,
Again.
they have a very similar lineup between the two teams. It's really a lot of expectations from these two teams. I think they're just setting up, you know, prior into the match, so they got reintroduced once again. But again, guys, the match here between SpadeX and Lunhoy is an elimination match. It's a lower bracket match. So whoever loses this best of 5 would have to take their leave in the competition. And I think we are about to determine the top 4. Yeah. Top 4.
Yeah.
Right, of the teams. Only 5 teams remaining. So with this match, that 5 becomes 4.
And I want to know, I mean, of course, we're hoping that it will be SpadeX. That's going to be no secret. But if Lunhoy wins this, that's gonna be that's just gonna prove how strong the Vietnamese force is here in Blaze of Glory 2023. See, yeah.
Here we go, guys. We are on to the battlefield, and again, this is a lower bracket match between Philippines SpadeX versus Vietnam's Lunhoy. Countdown timer is being called in 3, 2,
There you
1,
go.
and let's go. Stay to the circle. Our chase cam is now onto the occultist here for the side of Lunhoy. Asmodeus actually is guiding, maintaining his distance, making sure that he got the heals for his allies. Chase cam shifted towards the sword mage here of Lunhoy, dropping a star sword already, but of course he gets crowd control already being dropped here below 70-80% health, but the sustain from the supports is still available for him. We're gonna be seeing that coming from Lucifer. The paladin also goes in. It is gonna be Soul fully focusing on him alongside who with the sword safe. They wanna shred through the health here of this sword mage of Team Lunhoy, making sure that no damage would be available for their side. They're really not planning him up. We have still the camera towards Belial this time. Sword mage of Lunhoy,
Yeah, and SpadeX here is struggling actually against the sustained capabilities of Lunhoy. Now they are slowly losing HPs. Even their sword mage already died earlier. Now their sword safe is dead, and he will have to wait for his chance to be resurrected. But I don't know when that's gonna be because the sword mage will probably need it again soon. Even the occultists, they're all slowly losing HP, and Lunhoy is still having their time of their lives, being healthy about it.
Yep, again, you just observe the HP here on SpadeX, already below 20% health. One of them, which is going to be the Sword Mage, going down. It does feel like the main mage of Lunhoy is being more impactful when it comes to the damage here compared to the Sword Mage here of SpadeX. They might lose, they will lose the life of their Paladin now. 3 members remaining for the side of SpadeX, make that 2 with their support going down. Next victim would be, of course, of that Sword Saint alongside with the Occultist. Game number 1 goes to Lunhoy.
That was really quick. It didn't even reach the 2-minute mark, and we've seen there how the members of SpadeX really struggle to sustain themselves. They might want to try a different strategy this time because earlier they were just so close together, and AOE was all over the place against them.
I agree with you. AOE is indeed all over the place. Again, that is coming from the main mage here of Lunhoy. Spadex, I think it is a good plan to really target the Sword Mage early on, but I feel like Spadex went for a shift, a different plan, just trying to at least meet members of Lunhoy into the front line, but they really have to be wary of, like you mentioned, JP, that AoE. AoE.
Yeah, it's actually the AoE capabilities of Lunhoy here that's being a struggle for SpaceX. But I think they finally found their key to success just by making sure that they all healed together. But the Paladin is struggling to survive right now. I hope that he's able to shield himself or at least be buffed a little more coming from that occultist and their Spirit Shaper. So the Lunhoy here, they're actually now at a disadvantage. Almost AoE damages are against them.
Yep, again, the AoE damage here that was learned from by Lunhoy earlier is now being executed by SpadeX. It's now a matter of targeting who. We have our camera towards Kamsi, ladies and gentlemen. 1 down, 2 down, make that 3 against the side of Lunhoy. Not enough to resurrect everyone. And of course, SpadeX takes full control of the of the life advantage that they have, especially with the sustain that they can force through against Lunhoy. They will now remove that Sword Mage. And next victim would be the support Spirit. And it is gonna be game number 2 going on to the side of SpadeX. We have a close fight right here.
Yeah, actually, it's actually quite amazing that the first 2 games ended real quick. So it's actually up to aggression here, or whoever deals the first punch just really have to push for it. And now, who's gonna do it this time? Because the SpaceX, as we see, they're the more aggressive ones right now.
Yeah. Very, very aggressive on that part. Again, maintaining their own distance here. Camera onto Kamsi. Ladies and gentlemen, another box would come as well from the cultists here. No one's focusing on Kamsi just now. It does feel like one of the sword states did notice Kamsi here. Now receiving a lot of damage there. I'm gonna be seeing the slash towards Kamsi. It is Satan that is focusing towards him. It is that Paladin that took notice of Kamsi, so that they want to remove the sustain that can come from Team SpadeX. Chase cam now onto the occultist here of Team Lunhoy. And with Lunhoy, they have the upper hand now against Team SpadeX with a 4v5 scenario here. And also, most of the health bars of SpadeX getting plunged down into the abyss. Camera shifted again towards Satan. Pulls out SF here. And of course, SF was able to walk away as Satan just tries to control whatever he can control. Pulls his own shield up. And again, guys, we are still in a 4v5 scenario here against SpadeX. Make that a 3v5 scenario, and it does look like Lunhoy is steadily walking towards an upper hand of this match. 2v5, no resurrect now, huh, JP, huh?
That's true, and SpadeX is actually very struggling there. Lunhoy, it just really boils down to who deals the first punch here. And in game number 3, they're actually doing it alternately. Lunhoy is surviving, so I'm gonna bet that SpadeX is gonna conquer it in game number 4. It just boils down to game number 5. Yeah,
they have to match point. They have to. There's a match point already for Lunhoy.
That's true.
And Lunhoy will be entering this game number 4 quite confident. But again, SpadeX, all they need is to actually grab the momentum back against Lunhoy, and it does look like that. SpadeX being so aggressive right now. Lunhoy is early to punish. They did punish most of the main damage dealers here coming in from SpadeX alongside with their Sword Saint and also with their Sword Mage. But of course, their sustain is also available to at least put up the heals for the side of the members here of Team SpadeX. Now we lost track of the cooldowns and availabilities here for the side of Lunhoy. You're gonna be seeing the support almost going down. Lucifer.
Who's that? Who's that guy we're watching right now? This is the Sword Saint of Lunhoy. So he's actually quite trapped, and he is being harassed by a lot of members by SpadeX. And speaking of sustainability, it's actually SpadeX doing it right now, but they're actually quite even at it. At this point, someone has to be weak, and unfortunately, that had to be SpadeX. If there's no resurrection coming from SpadeX anytime soon, I'm afraid that Lunhoy will have this match.
Yeah, especially on the long run. If you're taking a 4v5 match, you will lose out on the DPS race here, or on the damage, of course, being layered against the rest of the members here. SpadeX still has no resurrect. They did lose one of their damage dealer. Make that onto the second. Sword Saint, Sword Mage, already gone. No resurrect being casted for for the side here of SpadeX. They did lost their occultist, and now they are down to the last two remaining members here of the Philippine squad. Members of Blue Knight tries to focus now onto the damage dealer. That is going to be the Paladin. He goes down. Focus onto the support. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last Sura of Team Philippines as Loon Hoy is just covering through the shields and the sustains up for the side of SpadeX. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a resto that was done against the Paladin. Support is now the focus. Kills are not available. Loon Hoy takes game number 4, and that is gonna be it. Loon Hoy moves into the lower bracket finals.
Now also part of the top 4. So we already have NVN and Loon Hoy part of the top 4. But of course we cannot really take away Lemon and V and Glory there at the top, which we will witness later on. But let's talk about the stats of that previous match. Satan here, we were talking about him earlier, how huge of a damage he's dealing against SpadeX. But of course, Sam also did a great job in healing the members of Loon Hoy, because if we're talking about sustainability done right coming from Loon Hoy.
And I forgot about Lucifer. Lucifer is not a support. He's actually the mage. That's why he was the early focus there by SpadeX, because they're receiving a lot of AoE damage from Lucifer. Well, we have the bracket here, ladies and gentlemen. That is gonna be painful for us to see that the Team Philippines now would be eliminated from this tournament. With that, we have the Malaysian squad facing up the Loon Hoy, our Vietnam squad, Team Loon Hoy, on this match. That is our match number 12, but we still have our match number 11, and that is up next. Match number 11 is the upper bracket finals.
That's true. You know, I just find it interesting if like NVN wins the tournament. It's like
so interesting. Totally unexpected.
They managed to just take down all the Vietnam teams, like one by one, literally, because they went through hackback, and now they're gonna go up against one of Lemon and V and Glory, and then in the finals again. I mean, if that's gonna be the situation for NVN, because they're really playing the underdog strategy right now.
Again, this is surprising, you know. All matches of NVN is so surprising. So by default, I'll be, voting for them on the match against Loon Hoy here. But again, focusing here onto the upper bracket matches, there's a lot to be expected here for, Team Lemon. Again, I did expect them to become the champion of this tournament. And V and Glory, V and Glory team. Both are still undefeated in this tournament. This has a good run here for our upper bracket matches. But the question there is that who comes out better? It's very difficult to gauge between the two, even though they face off two Vietnamese teams earlier on. It's still, I think, this match between the two would offer something different. I feel like it is still on a different color compared to the matches we have witnessed of Vietnam versus Vietnam, right?
I totally agree. And we have seen the playstyles of Lemon and V and Glory team earlier, where when V and Glory team has this sustained potential, they can also be quite aggressive. But as for Lemon, they're the ones who first showed us to have 3 supports, and they've been using it ever since this night started, and they just kept winning and winning. So I don't know how these two forces are going to combine later on, or how it will play out, but let's see. So are we seeing 3 supports here again from Lemon? Yes, we are.
Actually, what we are seeing now from Lemon is they have 2 mage.
2
mage setups. It's not necessarily the Spirit Shaper support that they have. They do have the Occultist, on their running lineup. So this is a very interesting approach here for Team Lemon. There is some heal and sustain that can come from the mage, by the way. But the considerable aspect here is that the mage, they can dish out good damage.
Actually, those 2 mages that we saw from Lemon, they're actually also long range DPS. So so they won't really lack any damage. But we are kind of concerned when it comes to the healing, since there's no Spirit Shaper. But probably the Occultist can help with that. Also, it gives a lot of buffs, but the Paladin can never, ever go away.
Always a staple. You need those crowd controls, you know.
That's true.
Like, it's very interesting that we might be seeing a game without any Spirit Shaper, but it's the Paladin. Now I'm curious. I feel like also one staple here is really the light occultist, right?
Yeah, that's true. Nobody ever uses. Nobody not uses the occultist.
The occultist. Upper bracket match, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Lemon on the red, VN Glory team on the blue. Look at them. Just, you know, maintaining their distance. Most are just moving forward, then back out. But you're gonna be seeing Kain here doubling down and getting in. This Paladin, he knows that he can dish out good damage, at least an early combo from the backline here of Team VN Glory. Now, Lemon. Wow, Lemon here managed to actually swipe through one of the mages here, or one of the supports here of the VN Glory team. Looks like Lemon is doing a really good job on dropping the AoEs available here against VN Glory.
That's true, and we've been watching. We've been watching their Paladin the whole time. Kaim, we've been watching Kaim the whole time, and he's just been pulling any member of the Glory team, whoever he sees the weakest, and just deals damage against it. Leads his team to fight against them, and because of that, Lemon is still sustaining a lot of HP, and the Glory team's members slowly deteriorating. And with that, they just lost their sword mage because Kaim was really chasing around a lot of members from VN Glory team.
Yeah, man. So, well, it is gonna be VN Glory suffering throughout the AoEs that can come in from Lemon. Earlier we saw also the head-to-head match, they're rolling with 2 mage, but it is still the same, a very standard composition where they have the Spirit Shaper, so they still have their sustain, they still have their support. It's just that, you know, their mage is really rolling up those big damage AoEs against VN Glory. And look at that, I don't feel like you can even resurrect on that instance. Right?
It was very quick.
It was very quick. They also have, you know, they're making sure that all health bars are sustained equally in terms of damage. Lemon, man, there's a reason why they are the #1 seed.
That's true. And you know, when Lemon showed us this new meta of not putting in a Spirit Shaper, we know that something's up. They have a plan, and VN Glory is suffering in that plan right now. And look at that, even their Paladin is struggling to survive because Kaim, being the Paladin that he is, he knows who to target at any given time.
Yeah, man. And there's also a lot of freedom for Kaim to actually go into the backline right there. We're going to be seeing as well the major of the VN Glory team already being dropped below 40% health. Now he knows that all they need to do is just to maintain the DPS on some other targets here. Just look at that, you know, Kaim here. Still staying into the back line, making sure that he's quite close on some key targets. He's not really stopping against this mage. Just making
actually,
sure the damage is there.
He has a lot of trust in his teammates, so we see that whenever he targets on someone, the follow-ups really come soon, right away, coming from the teammates. His teammates from Lemon, they all target like one person at a time, and that's very effective because just right now, their sword mage died of VN Glory team, and even if it got resurrected, its HP went down again. Even their Spirit Shaper, and now nobody from VN Glory team has an HP with at least 75%.
Yeah, man. VN Glory team here. They are also able to answer Lemon. You're gonna be observing that the Paladin of Lemon already in critical mass as well as their Sword Saint. Everything is being sustained. Lemon being careful as well. They lost their Paladin, burned their Resurrect very early on, used their heal. Now they lost their Sword Saint. Still no casualty onto the side of the VN Glory team, and Lemon not being able to use their Resurrect, but they do have the heal. They're willing to take this fight 4v5. And sustain is still available for the side here of the VN Glory team. I do feel this one will be prolonged, and there might be enough timer at least to get into that Paladin, to get into that Resurrect for that Sword Saint. Paladin of Lemon will go down, but like I mentioned, it is going to be the Sword Saint that will be arriving.
Yeah, that's true. And it was actually crazy how the Glory team was able to turn this game around, because earlier Lemon really had the upper hand, but now they're slowly dying one by one. Even the Paladin could not resurrect anymore. The Spirit Shaper, or the Occultist, is the next candidate, and it's already a 4 versus 3 situation. But for the Glory team, they still have the upper hand. They just want to deal all those damages until the rest of the Lemon members are knocked out.
Yeah, man. Maintain their distance, huh? Camera on to CP right here. Lemon here will be squashed. It is VN Glory team that is able to figure out Lemon. Game number 1 was quite fast, but VN Glory team knows how to answer. We have a very, very cool upper bracket match, JP.
That's true, and I'm actually quite excited on how this will turn out, because we have seen the aggression of the Glory team, and Lemon here are actually trying to balance out the aggression, led by Kaim, of course, but we're not seeing that right now. He has to play it safe because of what happened. There was a simple mistake that we saw in game number 2, so he has to be more careful right now.
Mage being focused here by Lemon onto the side of the VN Glory team. It does feel like the one who's doing the job there would be of that Paladin. VN Glory team, of course, receiving sustained damage there from Team Lemon. Lemon keeping track of all the HP bars right there, and of course the VN Glory team a bit late to react onto the trades. You're gonna be seeing them cycling through or circumferencing here the whole arena, and just because they really want to chase the backline down. And you can actually see even the Occultist onto the side of Lemon is focusing onto the major of the VN Glory team. Take note also that 50% onto the health of the Occultist. They shifted their target towards the Occultist. Will that go down? He gets plucked out by the Paladin, and Occultist is down for the side of the VN Glory team. They have to resurrect very early on. Occultist is very, very important, and resurrecting that one is such a good choice. But still, the momentum, the control is also the side of Lemon here, JP.
That's true. But in just a split second, something happened. 2 of their members went down, the Paladin and the Occultist. But thankfully, they still have resurrection capabilities. But as for the Glory team, it's their turn, taking a lot of damage right now. But this is still a 5 versus 4 situation. There's no more resurrect for the sword mage of Lemon, and the Paladin is almost down too. Who gets to deal that greater crowd control this time? I'm betting it's gonna be on VN Glory team, since they have better HPs. They're actually quite healthier and more aggressive.
Yeah.
So Lemon here, I don't know. They probably need to wait for their chance during the next game.
They're aiming. VN Glory team is already aiming for the match point here. I think Lemon knows what's up. But the problem here is that the momentum is there. It does look like VN Glory team has Lemon figure out. ML is gonna be going down, and game number 3 goes onto the VN Glory team. Like we mentioned, it is now match point for the VN Glory team. The grand finals is getting closer and closer.
I agree, and I'm actually curious. I'm gonna put my focus on a VN Glory team this time, and I will watch how their Paladin will lead this time, in contrast to what Lemon is doing, since they got 2 consecutive wins. And okay, looking at their Sword Saint right now, this actually he's dealing damage, but I'm trying to find their Paladin. Okay, there you go. I see crowd control coming from their Paladin. And then Lemon's Occultist just had to go down there. Thankfully, they still have their Resurrect available.
Still have their Resurrect available, man. Again, you have to be wary of these things. Take note that Lemon, they are going to be playing this one very safe, considering that they are the one being pushed with their backs against the wall. But it is different on their approach. They are still the ones chasing the targets. They know that all they need to do is to pluck out at least one. If you get an advantage of a 4v5, at least maybe on the even force out a reso against your opponent, that is already a very, very big lead.
Yeah, that's true. And judging by their formations right now, we can't really say who has the upper hand. Even now we see that all of them are so close to each other. But who's that little girl that's been doing some range damage? Looks like the Sword Saint of Lemon.
Yep,
and that's where the AoEs are coming from. That's why VN Glory team is kind of suffering right now.
Yeah, man. And again, if Lemon takes this one, they're also going to be a match point with a sudden death situation right now. Lemon here, all members are in critical health. They did try to sustain as well with some of the HPs. They answered here against the VN Glory team. Ladies and gentlemen, still no one gets slashed. It is actually a 4v5 situation with Lemon on the upper hand. They did remove their sword mage. They did remove the sword mage of the VN Glory team, forcing a resurrect right now. And Lemon is trying to fight this one even with slivers of health. They know that they can still carry on. They did remove, oh my god, that is gonna be the VN Glory team removing actually the sword saint of Team Lemon. They have to clump together. They will now try to fall back. Tries to buy enough time at least to get a sustain down. It is gonna be the Paladin trying to hustle up the rest of the members here for Team VN. Again, they have no resurrect, but they still have the burst potential that is available. Looking into the targets, shields are being sustained, healths are being returned, and the resurrect is very close now, maybe for the sword saint here of the VN Glory team. 1 minute 30 seconds here, JP, and look at the occultist here. He is also within kill range. They have to be careful now. Resurrect should be available by now.
Yep, and that sword saint never resurrected again.
Yeah.
It's always been a 4 versus 5 situation. I am actually quite surprised how Lemon is trying to hold to the last strands of their hair. And okay, now it's a 2 versus 5 situation. VN Glory teams practically dominating, obviously, and we cannot contest that anymore. Only the Spirit Shaper is left for Lemon. We cannot change that one. VN Glory team automatically moves on to the grand finals.
Congratulations. Congratulations to the VN Glory team. That is a very, very close match. You're going to be seeing there that it is not just the Paladin, but rather the Sword Mage here for the side of the VN Glory team. CP that was able to actually drop the proper pillars and, of course, Star Swords into the face of Lemon. Lemon has good control. Everyone has great rotation, but it does feel like VN Glory team, they still have a lot of cards that Lemon is not prepared to answer.
I agree. I totally agree with you on that. But VN Glory team, we did see their run ever since the start of the night. They were actually the ones to defeat NVN earlier. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I remember this match where VN Glory really took down NVN. And then after that, how they use the aggressive strategy against Duan Hoi, we've seen that a lot of times earlier. So when it comes to aggression, I really have no doubts with VN Glory team, I swear. But for Lemon, they're banking on their sustainabilities. But when it comes to aggression versus sustainability, it just so happened that VN Glory team is better at it.
Yeah. And you know, it could still be anybody's game, you know. There's still a lot of strong expectations from Team Lemon here, as they still can secure the 3rd place, you know, on this situation. They are still waiting out onto the upper bracket finals, and we still have the upper bracket semis, as you are seeing there onto the bracket, guys. We have 3 teams from Vietnam, right? We have 3 teams from Vietnam. We still have Team Malaysia and VN, you know, competing, and we're really trying to challenge the dominance of Vietnam over here at Revelation Mobile. So it's still not yet over for everyone. So there's really something to look out and watch out for on this one. VN Glory team, that performance, I think that deserves a championship, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. And you know what's interesting? If NVN takes down Duan Hoi and eventually takes down Lemon, it's just gonna be like match number 2 all over again, because NVN and VN Glory team will have to face each other again in the grand finals, if that would be the situation. But NVN, of course, needs to go through Lemon and Duan Hoi first, which is gonna be the next match that we're gonna watch.
Yes. Again, guys, to all of our viewers, be sure to actually follow the proper format for all of our running giveaways. This time, look at this. We are gonna be giving out 15 Gcash. We're gonna be giving out 15 Gcash for, you know, 15 amazing individuals. So congratulations to everyone who will be picked for tonight, guys. That's 15 Gcash, 500 pieces, 500 pesos of Gcash. Just make sure that you follow the proper format. Here we go. Roll out those wheels. And let's determine those winners. Congratulations, Miss Strawberry KD.
Hey, Royal Capital, that's my server too. We could have seen each other there. And Speed, congratulations from Algae Garden. Oh, earlier this was just 15 Gcash, but now it's 20, so we're gonna have 20 winners. Enjoy the show, guys. I hope you guys win. I hope you guys win. And it's probably time for me to join the raffle as well.
Congratulations, congratulations.
I'm just gonna get my ID.
Congratulations, Xiao Mei Mei. You
Wow.
won 500 pesos Gcash.
I know the meaning of your name.
Okay, congratulations, Nana. Our fourth winner for the Gcash credits. So again, guys, if you look closely, it's not anymore 15, ha? We have 20 Gcash winners. So there's really a lot of good stuff to be won here in our tournament, and that won't be the last. You know, we still have a lot of good stuff to be given away. You know, for all of our viewers.
Agreed.
Congratulations, Papi.
And Misty Marsh.
All right. Again, guys, be sure to also follow the proper format for of course joining our lucky wheel. We have reminded this earlier. Again, you have to put in your role ID, your IGN, your server, then your nation. Same as how the guys here on the lucky wheel is doing it. Okay. So congratulations to John.
Sea of Truth. Aragon, congratulations to you. We still have 13 winners left. Wow.
Lost
Garden.
I think he also lost his IGN.
He doesn't have the IGN.
There you go. Congratulations to males. And yeah, congratulations, Mikey.
So those were the first 10 winners. We still have 10 more. Mikey even put his class.
Yeah. Sword Major, diba?
But Lost Garden lost his IGN.
Congratulations to Hughes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So we still have another set of winners, guys. Okay. Again, these are all Gcash for you guys. With the class as well. Congratulations to Serena. And of course, congratulations to Arshep. Abis, congratulations as well, guys. Again, guys, congratulations to everyone, to all who has tuned in. And of course, as one earlier, we did give out Razer credits, $10 if I'm not mistaken, for 4 winners from Malaysia and Singapore. This time we are handing out the Gcash credits, you know, for 20 lucky viewers on our live stream. Congratulations, 02.
We still have more giveaways later on. You see the format here, guys. Just follow that format. Role ID, IGN, server, and nation. Just follow that format because later on it's just not gonna be 500 pesos Gcash. It's gonna be 1,000. So stay for the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations. Nescafe, congratulations to you, as well as to Morax and 02. Congratulations to you, Queena. And wow, congratulations to Kamsi. I think he's a participant.
Yeah, yeah, he's a
from
spirit shaper.
X.
Yeah, spirit shaper as Spade 6.
Nice one. Okay, guys. Again, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who has participated in our Lucky Wheel. There's still more, huh? There's still more. So be sure to actually follow the proper format. Okay? Be sure to follow the proper format and, of course, join and win good prize, amazing prizes from our broadcast. Again, just for repeat, there is... okay, we are now giving up 10. Okay, congratulations, guys. I thought we are just going with the 20. Look at this. We have Delema. You just won. So the price has doubled From 500 pesos, now you have won 1,000 pesos GCash. And we're choosing 10 lucky winners for that. Congratulations, Telema.
We're giving away all of them now. Congratulations to Akari for winning the second 1,000 peso GCash. So I have 8 winners left. Congratulations to Kurakao too.
Alright, so that is 3. We still have. So that's. We still have 7. We still have 7 to go. 4th winner.
Shia, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Tanki Namo with the Chinese character. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Shea.
Nice name, Pasta. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Pasta.
Ant 3 or Ant LLL, congratulations. You won 1,000 GCash. Oh, Vivi! Congratulations!
So that is 7. We still have 3 winners. We still have 3 winners to go. Alright, once again, congratulations to all the winners of our lucky wheel. You know, that's a lot of winners, actually. It's a total of 30 winners for everyone. And again, it is very important that you actually follow the proper format. Like we mentioned, it's not just the teams who have actually something to win in our tournament, but also all our viewers. Again, guys, we are not yet done with this tournament. We are done to the last 3 teams of our tournament. So be sure to tune in. Okay?
Yes. So guys, stay put.
Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asia Tournament for Revelation Mobile. I am Shinbu with 149 with my partner, Parin JP, your casters for this tournament. We are now on the top 3 teams of our tournament, down onto the lower bracket finals and as well as the upper bracket. Actually, we still have, I think we still have the lower bracket semifinals, the lower bracket finals, then the grand finals.
Yes, we have already our top 4. We have NVN, Lunhoy, VN Glory Team, and Lemon. So they just need to fight for the top 4 spots in order. But the first match that we're gonna watch tonight, from here moving forward, of course, is going to be NBN versus Lunhoy, which I'm actually very excited for because every match that NBN is involved just really takes me away. And I hope Shingo, you agree.
Yeah. The thing about NBN is, again, they always break our expectations, you know. Considering what we have witnessed from the round 1 of our tournament, then of course on the round 1 of the lower bracket, and even on the succeeding rounds, the votes are always stacked against NBN, and they did show up, you know, surprising everyone, even, you know, against those teams that is hailing from the major region or major country for Revelation Mobile, and that would be of Vietnam. Here we go, guys. We still have their last 3 matches slated for today. Our match 12, which is the lower bracket semis, and our match 13, which is the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins the lower bracket finals takes the final seed for the grand finals. And the grand finals is being waited on by the Vietnamese representative VN Glory team.
That's true. And VN Glory team, they I could say that they really deserve being put in the grand final spot. I mean, they really worked hard for it, and we've seen how they played. We've seen their aggression. We've seen it all. And as for Lemon, they're actually quite unorthodox. That's been their trademark since the start of this tournament tonight. So really good luck to the 4 remaining teams and to the 2 remaining countries. Vietnam, of course, is still being a dominating force. And as for NVN, they doing this underdog run, which is actually quite exciting. So yeah, let's check the classes and talents that they use for this match.
All right, so Lunhoy is gonna be going for the standard 1 support, 1 occultist, or 1 spirit shaper, and also they get their mage. They have their main DPS would be coming from the sword mage as well as their paladin. Meanwhile, NBN would be rocking a sword saint and a sword mage. No mage for their side. They still have 2 supports right here in the form of the spirit shaper plus the occultist, and also they have knife as their paladin. So very similar composition. There's a slight difference in the form of their mage, with the one having a sword saint and the other having a mage, you know, instead of a sword saint.
And with this kind of composition, I guess, just like you said, it's very standard. There's nothing we can do but hope for the better execution among these 2. It's not really about the lineups anymore at this point. It's just about how they perform in the next games. Again, this is a best of 5 match, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see who's gonna be a greater force this time. Again, I'm still rooting for NVN. I cannot hide that.
I mean, seeing the matches from NVN, you'd be rooting really for them. Again, it is the underdog run, and who doesn't love an underdog on this one? But there's really a lot of expectations from Lunhoy. It cannot be denied that, you know, some of the top teams really from Vietnam is Lemon, VN Glory, and as well as Lunhoy. They've shown us very intense matches coming in from the upper bracket, and you know, whoever really gets into the grand finals deserves this one. Take note that Lemon is still not yet eliminated. They're already just awaiting whoever wins this match. But yeah, it would be a sight to see if ever this NVN continues their run, because so far trust and hope is being built towards them, you know.
That's true. So I'm actually curious for our Malaysian viewers. How are you guys? I know you're also viewing this stream. I hope you cheer for NBN. And for our Filipino and Singaporean viewers, cheer for the team, either NBN or Lunhoy. But let's see who's gonna win. I'm still rooting for NBN. It's just that they really had a surprising run, so we can't really contain that. But Lunhoy and NVN, their best of 5 match series starts now. So how's the timer? Okay, it's go.
It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Lunhoy just trying to measure the distance that NBN, it's actually NBN that's trying to measure the distance that Lun Hoi wants to fully go in. They did want to funnel at least the rest of the members of Lun Hoi on the ramp, on the slide there, coming in from the first circle, and of course sent their Paladin onto the back line. We have PHDK here, which is actually not the Paladin but rather the sword save for the side of NBN, trying to get into the back line, at least dish out big damage for the support here of Lun Hoi. And yes, they are doing a good job on that one. Most of the members, so most of the damage dropped by NBN is being soaked up by the Paladin of Lun Hoi, and everything gets sustained. Same goes as how Lun Hoi has prepared themselves against this sword save, aiming for the back line of Team NBN. But look at that, that is going to be the sword mage going down, force a resurrect out of Lun Hoi. So now we are sitting with one resurrect advantage here for the side of NBN, but also take note of their sword mage here, sword saint here, NBN that is, was able to sustain after getting dropped below 30% health on the HP. Their Paladin is also below 40-50% on their HP, and the Paladin of Lun Hoi already down.
Yes, and NVN here, they're trying to deal all the crowd control, so they're actually very successful about it. Lun Hoi here, who is trying to sustain their lives early on, is having a hard time right now. And even after suffering those 2 deaths, NVN hasn't experienced any death yet since the start of the game. So they still have a lot of resurrections available. And Lun Hoi here, they only have a few. I don't think they still have more. But let's see, because their Paladin and their Sword Mages, they're the ones being eliminated real soon, earlier.
Their NBN is quite well versed actually when it comes to the positions that they need, especially in maintaining the balance and sustain against the squad here of Lun Hoi. Take note that Lun Hoi is still fighting this 1-4-V5 situation, but they're really just being wise on who to get their resurrect down. They're still maximizing their Paladin down into the middle. We have our camera set onto the Paladin here of Lun Hoi, who's doing a good job putting crowd control against the members of NBN, but all the cooldowns already burned against him. It might be a difficult scenario now for the main frontline of Lun Hoi. There you go, 4v4 situation, things have even out when they have removed that that sword saint onto the side of NBN. And when the moment that they decided to get the resurrect down, NBN knows how to get the burst quick, removing 2 members quickly from the side of Lun Hoi, leaving this matchup for a 4v5 scenario.
And it was actually the Paladin and the Sword Mage who had to go down there. Now
2v5, 1v5.
The Occultist and the Spirit Shaper, actually all of them are down, and NVN, they only had 1 death during that game.
Yes, yeah. It wasn't a 4v5, it was a 3v5 scenario. That is a very nice trade in terms of the resurrect here for the side of NBN. When NBN baits in 1 of their resurrect for their Sword Saint, Lun Hoi traded with 2, then got quickly killed by some big ticket spells for the side of NBN here. Still, Lun Hoi is availing the distance, being allowed them to get close by NBN. Let us see though, the first target here of Lun Hoi was actually of the Sword Saint from NBN side.
And NVN just keeps on they're actually trying to make an attempt to make those crowd controls just like what they did in game number 1, but somehow Lun Hoi already knows how to escape their wrath during this game, but NVN will still try to push for it. They just need to regroup so that their crowd controls and AoE damages will be able to materialize.
Yeah. Need to maintain their distance on that one. Like you mentioned earlier, there's still no casualty on the side here of NBN. 1 down against the side of Lun Hoi here, and that is actually one of their mates. They are forced to burn a resurrect on that one. But of course, that is a clear advantage now for the side of NBN. A lot of AoE being dropped by Lun Hoi against the rest of the members of the Malaysian squad. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the members of NBN here, 40-50% on their health bars with the exception of their sword mage. But again, another down onto the mage of Lun Hoi, this time with the resurrect on cooldown. Full 4v5 situation in favor of NBN.
Wow, Lun Hoi is actually struggling, and NVN still hasn't experienced any deaths coming from Lun Hoi. Now the Paladin of Lun Hoi is dead. That means no shields, more damage has to be taken in for the rest of the members of Lun Hoi. The Sword Saint is actually very much in trouble now, as well as the Sword Mage, as he had to go down just now. Cultist 3 versus 5 situation. In favor of NBN. Lun Hoi here is really struggling to survive. They want to make this work, but only 1 resurrection is available, and they had to use it on the Paladin. But now they have to materialize this one, but I don't think that will happen because their Sword Saint also had to go down. It's still a 3 versus 5 situation. The Paladin just went down for good. NBN still alive and healthy.
Well, you see the members here of Lunhoy already on the run. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be seeing the change as well coming from the Paladin. That 3v5 becomes 2v5 now. Almost a 1v5 actually. But the Resurrect gets burned for the support. The support gets burned upon Resurrection. Now onto the Occultist making a run for the money. And I think that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-0. And match point already for the Malaysian team. That is NBN.
Oh my gosh, NVN is trying to run for a clean sweep.
Yeah.
But as for Lunhoy, I am not sure what kind of strategy they need to use this time because NVN really knows how to make it work. They know the weaknesses of Lunhoy, especially whenever they're scattered. They just group themselves around Lunhoy and they deal all the CCs and AoE damages.
It feels like they're just taking Lunhoy here by surprise,
Yes.
It feels like Lunhoy is not yet prepared actually from the advance that is coming from this Sword Saint, who really knows how to juggle properly and gets coordinated well as from the backline support. When life is critical for the side here of this Sword Saint, just that is the exact timing that he gets sustained. Of course, you're seeing on your camera, the chase cam is actually onto the Paladin here of Team NBN. Still no target, but you could see how the Sword Saint and both this Paladin is hustling up the rest of the members here of Lunhoy. You see the AoE damage just evening out all the HP bars as they lowered in sync in favor of NBN. But take note, Lunhoy was able to destroy one of the Sword Mixture of NBN. One Resurrect advantage for the side of Lunhoy. They were able to get a kill as well onto that Sword Saint, so that is not gonna be resurrected anytime soon.
And this is a 4 versus 5 situation. Since our chase cam is still with the Paladin of NBN, we're seeing a lot of crowd controls here. But they really need to be complete. They need that Sword Mage, or Sword Saint rather, to be resurrected for them to be more effective. Now that he's resurrected, Lunhoy still has the advantage because they got a lot of powers. They got a lot of power from the death of the Sword Saint earlier. Now the Sword Mage is dead of NBN. Looks like Lunhoy doesn't want to give up anytime soon.
Yeah, no one's giving up from the side here of Vietnam. Actually, if they win this one, push this towards a 2-win still, they would still get a match point with the momentum advantage in their favor.
Ouch!
But look at that big AoE comes from NBN. And they caught Lunhoy for the sweep. What a play there by Knife.
Yes, like I was like, where did that come from? And Knife was just dealing all the AoE there.
Yeah.
He didn't even need to pull anyone. He just noticed that, oh, this is a great opportunity to use my damage against them.
That is
Because
a very...
they saw they were so close with each other, and Lunhoy there, they were really struggling to give themselves a point, but everything happened so quick. Congratulations, NBN.
That is a very, very big crowd control.
Yeah.
That man.
It was so surprising to watch. Again, NVN surprising us again. They never fail to do that.
Yeah, man. So now they are onto the lower bracket finals. Crazy.
Yes. And they're gonna have to face up Lemon on the next match. But I swear, if they get to the grand finals, it's just gonna be match 2. NVN and VN Glory team again. But of course, I assure you guys that NVN versus Lemon will be just as exciting.
Crazy, man. So with that, of course, Lunhoy will be taking their leave as well on the tournament. Now, NVN moves forward. And as you mentioned, it is going to be a very, very exciting match. NVN versus Lemon. 2 hardcore team fighting teams that I feel like is really well coordinated. And I feel like is really aggressive when it comes to their play styles. So really tons of expectation here from the NVN and the Lemon matchup. I mean, if NBN beats Lemon, they totally deserve to get into the grand finals. That is without question.
I totally agree. And oh my gosh, it just means that match 2 for me was just really a heavy matchup earlier. You know, for NVN to come this far after being put in the lower bracket earlier. it just really means a lot for the whole community, and much more for the Malaysian community. It's just really mind-blowing to see NVN surprise us with all these plays. So V and Glory will be waiting for either NVN or Lemon, but either way, these two, they already had an experience to fight with.
Lots of expectations, man. Again, there is, of course, that anticipation who really will become the grand champion for this. From the 8 teams, and actually hailing from the multiple qualifiers that we have done, especially on the group stage, we are down to the top 3 teams, okay? So these 3 teams has already secured, you know, a portion or a share of our $17,000 prize pool, and also will be receiving, you know, their exclusive in-game items, avatars, and as well as titles. So really at this point, you know, it is actually just right to congratulate them already. But again, the cool part about that one is still nothing is set in stone. Second place is still not yet determined, even the third place and even the first place. We are just about to unlock who will get or who will be locked into the third place right now.
Yep, again, guys, I'm still hoping I will be NVN. And if they're gonna surprise us again with another any kind of surprise play, I hope they achieve it. It's been a very exciting run for NVN, and with V and Glory, they still deserve being in the grand finals. But now Lemon and NVN, I remember we were talking about Lemon earlier. Lemon was also your prediction, your pick, your predicty pick to win the grand finals.
Lemon is still not out. Lemon is still not out.
Yes, they're still here, and both of them actually surprised us in their own way, like Lemon being unorthodox, and NVN just I don't know, is just maximizing their potentials and showing different sides of them every match.
Really, all of the teams, you know, really did step up, and some really fulfilled the expectations within them, especially the Vietnamese teams. Then there are teams, you know, who just broke the expectations, like performed better than what is expected, and that is none other than NBN. So like we mentioned earlier, it is gonna be a sight to see, you know, this match between Lemon and NBN. Now we have the matchup right here. We're gonna be heading up directly onto this match, guys. This is again the lower bracket finals, guys. Okay, match number 13 of the 14 matches slated for today. NBN Knife, DHDK, Lolly, CK, and Wings. Still the same lineup as earlier.
That's true. And for Lemon, we have Kungao, Eunice M, Eternal, Kaim, and ML. We've seen Kaim's Paladin. We were actually talking about his level earlier and his VR. But again, it doesn't matter because we're on balance mode. But here's the thing. We got fixated on Lemon using 2 supports or 2 Spirit Shapers earlier, but right now they're going meta, they're going standard as well as NVN. So again, when it comes to matches like this, it's just gonna wait, hold on. Am I seeing this right? There's no Spirit Shaper for Lemon, right?
Yeah. I
2 Sword Saints.
Uzi there. They have 2 mage, if the way I see it, but I think that is gonna be corrected upon in game. That's also what happened onto the upper bracket finals earlier, where I saw 2 mages onto the side here of Team Lemon, but it is a Spirit Shaper, so they still utilize a Spirit Shaper. We'll see it inside the game, but you saw the head-to-head, guys, and again, this is it. This is gonna be the determination of who will take 3rd place and who will secure for sure the 2nd place, you know, who will take the last slot onto that grand final. So we've been impressed by the play that was done by NBN, but they still have to play better because they have to. We are into the game, guys. Lower bracket finals, Malaysia's NBN versus Vietnam's Lemon.
Yep, and we are starting right now. NVN is marching forward. Lemon actually is not as aggressive as them. It's actually the other way around. NVN is not the aggressive one, but Lemon they're just really charging forward. No, they're not holding back anything.
They're actually doubling down onto the Sword Mage on that one. It does feel like NBN didn't expect this charge and wasn't able to react properly. Look at that. They are NBN, losing their Sword Mage. Also might be losing their Sword Saint. Lemon is aiming for the main damage dealers here for the rest of the members here of NBN. And alongside that, that would be dishing out damage as well for their healers. There you go. Full heal stack there by NBN. Take note, Lemon has lost one of their mages and might even lost their paladin. They did burn the resurrect onto one of their mages, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have a close fight. Lemon would have to sustain on this one. All cooldowns falls in favor now of NBN, but let's see if Lemon can answer and turn things around.
We have seen this in the previous match. That AoE charge by the... Wait, there's no Paladin? Okay, NBN's Paladin, as always, doing that AoE. Now Lemon's HPs are slowly going down, and there are only 3 members left. I'm not sure if they can still resurrect, because 2 members left. 2 members left, only the Paladin left. That was a quick game.
But it was an intense one. It was an intense one. There was a blitz there. There was a blitz attempt, a clear early kill attempt by Lemon onto the Sword Mage of NBN alongside with the Sword Saint, but it does feel like NBN, they know how to cycle through the hill. It's very, very coordinated. It's very, very sick, especially on the early damage that is being attempted here by Lemon. Look at that. Lemon is still the aggressor on that one, and NBN went for the counter. Again, the one on the momentum here is for the side of Team NBN, and Lemon knows that their strategy might have worked, and that's why they're repeating it again as they want to go for the Sword Mage onto the backline, force the heal out of NBN. Now Lemon has the heal advantage.
Yes, and they're trying to do, they're keeping their cool. They're trying to do what they did in game number 1. So even if they lose their Sword Mage, they know that they have a Resurrect available. And they're just waiting for an opportunity for like Lemon to group together so that they can cast that crowd control and AoE. Exactly what they did in game number 1. We were just so surprised that Lemon lost all of their HPs together. But it is a different story right now because it's already the Sword Saint who died for the side of NBN.
Yeah.
We don't know when he's gonna resurrect, but it has to be timely. We have to watch out for the Spirit Shaper of NBN.
Yeah, they already burned the resurrect already onto the Sword Mage earlier. So this is really a big advantage here for the side of Lemon. They have the numbers advantage. All they need is to actually wait onto the cooldowns that they can burn through against the members here of NBN. Maybe the big ultimate and big cooldowns that they can burst through the members of NBN. Force a 1-1 on that one. They have the numbers advantage, but NBN was able to resurrect, complete the 5 members present into the map. Lemon now has their cooldowns up. Can they get the heal? Look at NBN here. If they remove 1 members, if they lose 1 members, this could escalate to a bad news for the side of Lemon. But look at that. It is not going to be a 5v5. It's going to be a 4v4 scenario. Lemon was able to get the resurrect down, so that brings us back to the 5v4 scenario, still in favor here of Lemon. There's healer. There's Spirit Shaper trying to survive, but do take note, they also lost. There's Sword Saint. It's going to be a 2v3 situation. Actually, 2v5 situation. Take that a 3 with the resurrect attempt once more for the side of NBN. NBN is fighting this one valiantly. They burned through the hill just so they could survive the barrage that is coming from the side of Lemon. But Lemon has the numbers advantage on that one. Will now focus maybe. I think they're going to be focusing, towards the support. And that's it, guys. 1-1. Lemon brings this to a tie.
I like this matchup, but we can't really say that it's just one-sided. Both teams really have advantages over the other. It just really boils down to execution. But I'm not sure whether Lemon is gonna go full-on aggression again. Will they charge forward? But this is a different story because NBN is already fighting back. They're not waiting for Lemon to go to their base anymore. They're here, all of them, in the platform, in the middle.
A very interesting approach there by NBN. What they are targeting is actually the Sword Saint here against the side of Team Lemon. 60% of the HP here for the Sword Saint of Team Lemon, and of course the rest of the members of NBN shifted their targets. Maybe receive some crowd control here from the mages of Lemon. And it does look like Lemon has the upper hand. A slight on that one. Still waiting out maybe on the sustain that they can do for some of the members was able to get into the back line. But look at that. The Sword Mage will go down. The Sword Mage will go down. He has to walk out. Was able to escape. Gets chased down by Kyungka by this Paladin. Tries to run away. Kill is completed. ladies
Oh
and
my
gentlemen.
gosh, he wasn't able to survive, and the Paladin is trying hard to protect the rest of the team. But a resurrection was available for NBN. That is good news for them, but not anymore because they're left with 3 members already. The Occultist and the Sword Saint had to go down. Lemon is still alive and healthy. NBN is struggling to fight for their lives. I don't know. It looks like Lemon's gonna get game number 3.
What can be done here by Team NBN? It looks like their momentum, you know, their series of wins have built up. They're not really used to playing from behind or maybe playing out of pressure here, but Lemon, they can smell the victory here. They are itching to get back and take on BN Glory Team once again. Everyone is facing each other here onto the platform. Tons of AoE being casted here. Both the Paladins just swinging through, goes for the fight with also the box coming in from the Occultist. Ladies and gentlemen, do take note that our camera chases onto Eternal, which is the Occultist for the side here of Team Lemon, and they are still doing a really good job on dropping the HP here of that Sword Mage, and NBN burns a lot of heal from the support from the Spirit Shaper of NBN. You can actually see the tether fully completed there for the side of NBN, and as well as with Lemon as they want to go for the advance. Everyone is just making sure that they have the full HP bar present as they carry on with this fight. We now have a very tight game number 4.
Yes, and the NVN always losing their Sword Mage, but of course they need to make use of that resurrection. Okay, now they did it, but Lemon is not really suffering any damages. They're not even hurt even a little, but NVN needs to regroup right now because the control, the upper hand, everything is being done by Lemon here. We need to see a miracle play again coming from NVN if they want to survive the lower bracket.
Yeah. They went with the ultimate on that one. I think that's a Paladin ultimate. But again, this is still a 3v5 scenario. You're still in favor of Lemon. I'm not sure about the counts of the resort that is available for the side of NBN. But these remaining 3 members would have to play out of their minds. So they really want to survive on this one. They could go for the support. They're receiving a lot of crowd control from the mages here of Team Lemon. Most are falling back just so they can buy some time. You can actually see the sustain that can come in from the support here, but of course it is also being the support itself, Spirit Shaper being targeted by the rest of the members of Team Lemon, as well as this Sword Mage now going down alongside with the support. Last member here for Team NBN, this is the lower bracket, guys, moving into the grand finals would be Team Lemon.
Congratulations, Team Lemon. That was one hell of a play, one hell of a match. They went on full aggression, which is actually the first time we're seeing that kind of strategy from them, because we are so used to seeing them make use of the sustains, having a lot of supports, but this is the first time it's like they're using a lot of DPS instead. So it just really depends on who's gonna be your opponent, but as for the damage, of course, Kame always does it, and as for the healing, ML is also a great team player about it.
Man,
there you go.
It's more than just the composition that they have done. Actually, it's also on their attitude towards the game. They're very, very aggressive. They're very, very into it, really. They really made the most of the movements that they can do. And at this point in time, they're also very wise in timing their heals. I feel like that's what really was determined for that match. But Lemon was able to spot out, you know, one key target against the ranks here of Team NBN, and that is actually of the Sword Mage. They tried targeting the Sword Mage to reduce the continuous DPS damage that, you know, NBN could actually dish out. There's a lot of AoEs that can come as well from the Sword Mage, and that is the thing. They've checked that. They keep that in check by making sure that his HP is always lowered. And with that, we're gonna be seeing a round 2 of the upper bracket finals between Team Lemon and VN Glory Team. That's still GG well played for Team NBN. They're still the 3rd placer of this tournament.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you said, and I'm so excited, to be honest, because it's gonna be the grand finals already. Like after 13 matches, we finally arrived here in the grand finals. But of course, guys, we're just gonna have to hold you back a little bit because our players also need to prepare for that grand moment.
Especially for the side of Team Lemon. My prediction is still up. You know. Yeah.
Alive.
Yeah.
But VN Glory has very aggressive, been very dominating.
Yeah, we'll see you guys on the grand finals.
Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now! Download Revelation Infinite Journey on App Store or Google Play now!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here, the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asian Finals for our tournament, of course, here in Revelation Mobile. We are your casters. I am Shinbu, the one Friday, as well as with batting JP. This is the Grand Finals segment now, the last match for the first major esports tournament here for Revelation Mobile here in the Blaze of Glory. But of course, we have something in store for our viewers, right?
Of course, guys, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The finalists, each representing Vietnam, both of them they're both ready for the ultimate battle. They've fought their way through formidable opponents and many more. So the clash is on for VN Glory team and Lemon, and this is already the second time around.
Yep, they meet each other onto the upper bracket finals, and of course there is that heavy fight that was made between Team Lemon and NBN on the lower bracket finals. But this is it, you know, the grand finals, round 2 of the upper bracket finals. But of course, we also have another round of the Southeast Asia finals wheel. There you go. So again, these are slated for all of our viewers. You guys, of course, you awesome viewers and players of Revelation Mobile, as it is not just the players or the teams that are competing here who will take home something, but also those who are tuned in and have been supporting, you know, their respective teams.
True. So these are basically Divine Jades to be given away for our loyal viewers. Most of you probably have stayed there since 5 hours ago, I think. So, yeah, thank you so much.
All right. We have a very interesting wheel. That is a very big wheel with lots of names.
Oh, that's the reason why it looks blurry, because there are a lot of names. Okay, now it makes sense. A lot of names.
All right, congratulations again, guys. These are all, of course, these are all the winners of our Divine Jade scouts. And again, this is the ones that you use in game. And yeah, of course, have a great time playing Revelation Mobile.
Minmas, Huyet, Idao, congratulations for winning your Divine Jades. We still have many more winners, and I hope you guys get it. Another one from Vietnam. Indonesia is also watching with us. Because since there are only like a small amount of Indonesian viewers tonight, so it's nice to know that one Indonesian viewer won, and one from the Philippines as well. Jiku, congratulations!
Congratulations to of course the previous winners from our Lucky Wheel as well. There are a lot actually, from Razer credits to Gcash credits, and now we're going for the in-game credits such as the Divine Jade. So here we have a player from Malaysia as well, and I would like to send a big shout out, of course, to all the players of Revelation Mobile across multiple countries. You know, be sure to always rally yourself up and, you know, play together, organize yourself together in enjoying whatever games that you are playing. And for this case, of course, we have the Revelation Mobile.
Oh yeah, that reminds me as well. If you want to join our discussions, you can join the Revelation Infinite Journey Facebook group. Yeah, there are a lot of players in there from different countries. So don't hesitate to join, and it'd be easy for you to look for tips, ask away, and look for players with the same minds, and the same servers.
Not to mention, there's also an incentive as well for being active on those groups. There are mini events being done there by Revelation Mobile. You know, just by participating and, you know, posting or commenting on those groups. So really partake and really engage with your community, especially if you guys are playing Revelation Mobile.
So yeah, don't hesitate to join. Actually, join now while we're waiting for the match. So thank you so much for your energy, enthusiasm to be with us tonight. And as we prepare for the grand finals event, let us know there in the comment section who you think will win. Is it gonna be Lemon or VN Glory team?
All right, so here we go. We are gonna be determining the big winners. You know, the top 3 winners of Divine Jades. You know, for the third place, 10,000 Divine Jades, 15,000 Divine Jades for the second place, and the first taking home 20,000 Divine Jades.
Oh my gosh, I hope I get to see my name. I did. I actually did join the raffle for fun. Okay.
Congratulations. A player from Heidi Altar, yeah? So, is that what place is that? Is that third, second, first? Let us see.
Oh my gosh, I think it's gonna be third.
most likely, you know.
I mean, just a wild guess.
On a raffle, yeah, it's just a wild guess. But let's see.
Okay, we're right.
Where the will pop up. Oh, for the third, so it is the third place. Yeah, that's the normal trend. Second place, the 15,000 Divine Jades.
Oh, Gojo Satoru, wow.
From Vietnam, yeah, Gojo Satoru. I thought he's busy fighting Sukuna, but he's watching here.
Oh, he made time for us.
Yeah. All right. For the 20,000, let's look at the 20,000 Divine Jade winner. Again, congratulations, Gojo Satoru. You've taken home 15,000 Divine Jade. Let's look who will win the biggest pool of Divine Jade that we have. We have at Ari from Sulan County, and that is Vietnam. Congratulations.
Wow, 20,000 Divine Jades. Oh, imagine the things you can buy with that.
Sick. That is cool. That is so cool. Congratulations again to our 3 big winners here in the Southeast Asian Finals wheel. And as we mentioned, yes, this is it. It is the finals. The finals of the finals. The grand finals of our tournament. It's just timely that we have our grand 3 winners from Vietnam, because our grand finals is also being played by 2 teams from Vietnam, guys. As we mentioned in the start of this show, it is going to be a repeat of the upper bracket match, which is Team Lemon versus Team GN Glory team. So again, BN Glory team, and again, do take note, that their match, on the upper bracket finals, it is not like one full sweep. This could still be anybody's game, and this is an opportunity for Lemon to actually take back the win against BN Glory team.
And this is the time we make history. Now it's starting already. BN Glory team versus Lemon. We are seeing CP, Kuan, Frog, UFAM, and 1S from the Glory team. And
meanwhile, for the side of Team Lemon, you have Kain for the Paladin. ML would be one of the major UDZM here, would be the support. Eternal would be the Occultist. And of course, Kung Yao would be of that Sword Saint. So again, they differ in terms of their Sword Masters. They have the Sword Mage to the side of BN Glory team, and Sword Saint for the side of Team Lemon.
Just like the previous match, as for Lemon, they're still not gonna use a Spirit Shaper. So still unorthodox coming from Lemon, something unorthodox. And as for VN Glory team, it's actually not just the composition and why they win, it's actually how they execute it for the previous matches. So now Lemon has a second chance in winning against VN Glory team.
Yeah, man. Tons of expectations actually being delivered now against towards the VN Glory team. They've won their upper bracket match convincingly against Team Lemon, and Team Lemon, there is some little hints of struggles there against their fight against Team NBN. So, I wouldn't be surprised if the VN Glory team here would be one of the preferred winners of this championship. But right now, it really is anybody's game, especially when it comes to game number 1. Let us look, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. VN Glory on the blue side. Ladies and gents, let's look at their full focus. Quick burst actually done against the Paladin of Team Lemon.
Yep, and he's leading the team very well. We're just curious how Lemon is gonna respond to this because it's a lot of crowd control we saw in the first 30 seconds of the game, and just like that, their Paladin, Lemon's Paladin went down. That was quick.
Yeah, they're burning through the crowd controls very early on. I'm very curious like how Lemon can react with their own mage as well. With their own mage as well. Actually, it is not gonna be Unizem. Unizem will be the mage, and the other one will also be the support. We have Frog here still on our lens. That main Paladin here for the side of the Glory team. Now looking maybe onto the support. Tries to land some crowd control down into the middle, but of course up to no avail. Sustains, and things are looking pretty even here onto the main field here between the two teams, BN Glory and Lemon.
That's true. Actually, we just realized that it's not about sustain anymore. It's about the fighting. It's about the DPS. It's about the crowd control and the AOE this time for the grand finals. But both these teams actually had their own sets to each. Yep. So how many resurrects do they still have left?
Two onto the side of Lemon was already burned. So there's still one Resurrect available for the side of BN Glory Team. I'm not sure about the cooldowns on that one, but clearly Lemon's Resurrect is off cooldown on that one. BN Glory Team can afford to still lose, you know, one of their members, but actually they have no plans in doing so. As you can actually see, Lemon here already losing their Paladin once again after losing their sword safe. Now the rest of the members of the BN Glory Team can just focus on focusing on one target, and they've decided to go for the Occultist. Yep. There's the shield from the Occultist. He tries to sustain. He goes down. Oh no, he was able to escape.
Oh, okay. That was quick. The Occultist really did well there. But until when? Because he's still being pursued. And not only him, they all died at the same time.
Yeah, actually the mage and the support gets targeted with the Occultist walking out and staying into the middle. It is going to be the Star Sword that will mark his grave. Game number 1 goes to the BN Glory Team.
Wow, BN Glory Team being as aggressive as ever. Well, as for Lemon, they really have to respond to that. I'm not sure what kind of strategy they would use, but with this kind of lineup, they have to match up the aggressiveness of BN Glory Team.
Totally. They have to match up this kind of aggression. Now, one win onto the pocket here of the BN Glory Team. Team Lemon has to take a breather, you know. They don't want to actually escalate easily this win in favor of the BN Glory Team. They could still force this one towards a 1-1, because if this becomes a 2-0, clear momentum for a clean sweep could be done by the BN Glory Team. Look at that Paladin again for the side of Lemon. Just sustaining up, coming in from the shield. Good shield is there, at least converted towards the heal and health by Team Lemon, but that is going to be a health spell on cooldown already in favor now of the Team BN Glory Team, huh?
And Lemon's members are actually losing HPs, especially their sword mage, or sword saint rather. So, as for BN Glory Team, they're not really having any problems when it comes to who to target. They know it very well, when to deal the crowd control, when to deal all those things. And just looking at their Paladin, he knows how to lead the team very well. From here on, even they haven't had any deaths for this game now.
Yeah. They to maintain their distance on that one, huh? BN Glory Team, they have, they're just maintaining their health, still being wary when to use their heal up. Of course, Lemon could go for a spike there. They could actually target one of the sword mage right here, but they are aiming to go for the mage directly of the BN Glory Team. Lemon might be taking the upper hand right here, but I'm still very curious how BN Glory Team can turn things around. Maybe they're just buying some cooldowns away, or pulling some cooldowns away from Team Lemon. Lemon with the upper hand, BN Glory Team staying onto the lower floors of this platform. They're now trying to survive. This is very, very dangerous for them. Will there be a resurrect? There's no resurrect coming in for their sword mage. They've also killed BN Glory Team's team of mage. Will also go down.
Yeah, now it's a 3 versus 5 situation, and I noticed earlier that there were a lot of skills of BN Glory Team that they used against Kang earlier. That's why they lost a lot of energy, and that was actually when Lemon had the upper hand. Now it's 5 against 0. They're all still alive, and 1 point, of course, goes to Lemon, but it's not yet over because BN Glory Team and Lemon game 3 is already starting.
Let us look, guys. Looks like BN Glory Team is still in the rush of taking this fight now, especially that this best of 5 becomes a best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, our first to win 2 will become the grand champion here in the Blaze of Glory. And look at that, lots of play coming in from the back line here of the BN Glory Team. Team Lemon is able to sustain up on that one. They're just really going for the key targets down on the melee side. Maybe go for the sword mage, but went with the occultist. Occultist forced to receive the resurrect here for the BN Glory Team. Lemon now ahead with 1 resurrect lead against the BN Glory Team.
Yeah, this has been the problem earlier. They've been using so much skills against Kaim, but it's not really how you do it this time, BN Glory Team. But also, probably Kaim is just also quick in responding. He knows when to block all those damages so that it wouldn't affect the rest of his team. And that's why they were able to turn the game around. Now, BN Glory Team lost 2 members, used 1 resurrect on their sword mage. But it is still a 4 versus 5 situation.
Yes.
And without your occultist, it's actually quite worrisome.
Yeah, gonna be worrisome is considering that there is a lot of disruption that cannot be mirrored coming from the side of the team. The rest of the Hulk is present here, but of course Kaim doing what he can to actually pick up the rest of the members here of Team V and Glory. And I'm not sure about the Resurrect right now. Only the supports are remaining, and also one mage. They can fully focus on the support going down. It is gonna be on the mage remaining now for the side of the V and Glory team. And Lemon now fully focusing on 5v1 scenario, and I think that is gonna be match point for Team Lemon. Full focus as they have their eyes set for that championship.
Oh my gosh, a match point for Lemon. But of course, take note, guys. This is gonna be a game, a best of 3 match as well. So if Lemon wins this game, we're gonna have a new match. So, but it doesn't hurt, of course, if you get the lead right now.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. There's a very early spike there done by the B and Glory team. They do feel that whoever first strike first might be able to win the trade-up in terms of skill, but it's really about the precision of your spell as well. Heavy demand on that comes for the side of Team Lemon as they are now the ones being pushed back into the wall. But look at this. There is the shield that sustain up the Paladin up to the side of Team Lemon, who's up into the middle. Crowd control casted here by the B and Glory team. They're now willingly burning a lot of cooldowns against Team Lemon. No Resurrect getting burned, but that is going to be 1 kill, 1 for as well onto the B and Glory team. Resurrect getting burned. 2 Resurrect getting burned onto the side of Team Lemon. B and Glory team with 1 Resurrect advantage here. And now B and Glory team's ultis might be in danger. Down into the middle. They will lose their support.
Oh, they lost their Spirit Shaper. It just feels like, oh, but it's alive again.
Resurrect, 1 Resurrect, yeah.
Their Paladin is nowhere to be found. It's already a 4 versus 5 situation. Lemon is really dominating this time. Where have they been hiding this kind of energy?
I think that's it, man. They only have the Sword Mage on that part. The Mage is still trying to survive. Maybe walk away, making sure that they won't be easily giving up the championship here towards Team Lemon. They've removed the Sword Mage. Now they will focus maybe onto that Spirit Shaper or maybe onto that Paladin. Paladin is still alive. That is going to be Mage going down. Let's look at that one. It's a quick burst, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion of the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asian Finals Tournament for Revelation Mobile is Vietnam's Team Lemon.
That was actually quick for Lemon, and looking at all those damages, the healing coming from LM and Kaim. I've always kept my eyes on him.
Yeah.
He never disappoints when it comes to dealing the crowd control.
Yes.
And those damages. He's always been very alert when it comes to that.
Look at the healing done by ML.
Yes.
540,000 healing.
65% in Gracia.
Yeah.
But wow, Lemon is really doing it. I swear.
Very precise movements there coming in from Team Lemon. That is really well done from ML. Even with the shield, how they layer each other when it comes to the shield, even with the calls. It's really very particular. It's really very careful onto the side of Team Lemon. V and Glory team, they've shown really strong aggression. They're considering that they are the one. They are the one waiting until the grand finals, and the one that went, came in from the lower bracket is Team Lemon. And man, it's my prediction is correct.
Yeah. And yeah, just like you said, Lemon has been the top 1 seed coming from the group stages. So they really deserve this. They've been preparing so hard, and I wonder what a V and Glory team is thinking right now. Because but they also had a good run there in the upper bracket. So
also big price for the side of the B and Glory team. I mean, you still get 10,000 pesos for the side of Team Lemon, but B and Glory team, I think that's still a big chunk of cash price for today. And I feel like it's not like a total sweep. It's not like a total sweep. You have to take note that it cannot be denied that V and Glory has defeated Lemon on the upper bracket finals. It's just, there's another story on the grand finals.
It's just that it was a different gameplay. During the upper bracket finals, Lemon was still hung up on the sustained kind of gameplay. But V and Glory was showing them a different side already. So Lemon had to adjust here in the grand finals. They know what to adjust. They had to let go of that sustain thingy, so they had to match up with the aggression, and that's what they did, and they did it successfully.
Also, there's an observable increase in precision for the side of Team Lemon by the grand finals. If you observe the white health, the shield health, then the sustain that was done there. It's really very sick. The timing, I feel like the PvP here on Revelation Mobile, not just on the composition, but also onto the timing.
Yeah,
of your skills, especially the heal, especially the shields, and of course, there's also that factor of playmaking setups. The sets that is done, and Kaim really played out of his mind on that one. He's really good.
Yeah. I mean, if I had to pick a favorite, I'd definitely pick him. So,
Yeah.
there you go. Of course, the VN Glory team, other than being in the upper bracket, it's gonna be more than they have to be twice to beat. So this is match number 2 for the grand
Game
finals.
number 2. Okay, so we're gonna go with the match number 2.
Yes, yes,
Oh.
for here in the grand finals.
Alright.
They have to win 2 matches.
Very interesting. Most esports
Yes.
tournament, they actually don't use the twice to beat advantage onto the tournament. But that is good. That is good. They will have another match. It will be so exciting. Well, there's a lot to be learned here. At least it's not yet over on that. That is just game number 1.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm not sure though what kind of strategy the Glory team is gonna use right now. And no, we are seeing no class changes for match number 1.
Okay. No class changes from match number 1. Alright. Okay. Okay. So what we have is actually not just a twice to beat actually. The grand finals is more than just a twice to beat. The
Yes.
grand finals is a BO3.
Yes.
It's a full BO3. So it's a full BO3. Just to remind everyone guys, the grand finals is a full BO3 and each matches in the BO3 is a BO5. So,
BO5 in a BO3. Let's
yes,
go.
yes. So you have to, so each match is a BO5. Okay? So here, that is just one game for Team Lemon. At least they know, right? At least
They already
teams
have
know,
the advantage.
Yeah, on the advantage on that one. But I'm not sure. Right now, Lemon still has the momentum here. They've also burned through the resurrects available here for the side of the VN Glory team.
2 versus 5 real quick. We haven't even finished 2 minutes yet. But as we're approaching the 2-minute mark, Lemon is just about to close the game. So that's already a 1-point advantage for them. And guys, take note that if Lemon wins this match in this
They're
best of 5, they're officially the champion.
They're officially the champion. This is the only match that we have this kind of format, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
actually quite cool.
Yeah. Alright. Still staying into the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, have to stay clear. On that one, Chango getting focused on. It does look like VN Glory team is losing the momentum right now. Lost their sword mage very early on. Burns through that one resurrect, and that is one resurrect advantage on the side of Team Lemon. But they also lost their sword saint as well. So equal 1-1 onto the burn of that resurrect.
Yes, and as we've seen, VN Glory team, they've already lost a lot of HPs earlier, but thankfully they still have their supports to heal them back. But as for Lemon, they haven't lost that aggression. They really surprised VN Glory team with the aggression that they're showing right now. VN Glory team, I swear that they did not expect this. There's a new side coming from Lemon, a lot different from what we saw in the upper bracket finals earlier.
Indeed. Totally a lot different. Again, guys, there's a good cycle that is happening here in favor of Team VN Glory as the Resurrect is a bit delayed also the side of Team Lemon. They're just mirroring the Resurrect count, but there you go. Good alert coming in from the VN Glory team as they managed to kill actually that sword save against Team Lemon. Team Lemon now fully focusing towards that sword mage, and they managed to bring this match towards a 4-4, but they have a critical health on that Paladin, on Kain.
And that's what they're banking on right now. Now it's a 4v4 situation, and the sustain abilities of these two teams are running out. They've already used a lot of resurrects earlier. It's just really up to those who are left. But what's important are the supports, and the paladins are still alive. So whoever deals more damage or whoever heals back more will have to win this game.
Yeah, they have to. They totally have to. All right. Again, it's still a 4v4 situation, and things have slowed down for the two teams. It's getting less and less intense. But the idea there is to actually get your backline at least. Still, the DPS race or the damage race is still falling in favor onto the side of the B and Glory team. They're just maintaining their health marks and now advancing through the rest of the members here of Team Lemon. Lemon again just sweep up through the hill. They're just waiting up the hills against the B and Glory, waiting for them to actually miscast or maybe mistime their abilities. There you go. There's one target there against that occultist. Occultist in critical health.
Well, both of them actually lost one of their primary damage dealers, but they were actually hard to protect. We can't lie. So the Glory team, they're trying to maintain their HPs. They're working hard together with their support. But if we're just talking about HPs, Lemon is actually better at handling it.
Yeah, they get the box in on that one. Maintain once more. You have still a very, very healthy HP bars from these two. Still waiting out onto the skills that can come from the two teams. Keep their distance. There's an attempt actually to pull from that Paladin. Of course, low into the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the BN Glory team are now fighting this one in a 3v5 scenario. That is going to be Lemon successfully getting the kill out of that occultist. It looks like they are now entering this game. They're entering this match far more confident as they have the numbers advantage clear.
That's true. And BN Glory team with only 3 left, it's gonna be a struggle really. But Lemon is just enjoying right now. They know that they're dominating already. They just need to keep on dealing damages and keep on healing back. It's not really a problem for them anymore because 3 versus 4 is not really much of a problem anymore. Now it's just 1 versus 4. So basically, their Sword Saint is just waiting for her death.
Yep, and that's it. Yeah, 2-0 for this match number 2 for Team Lemon. I don't expect this to be a sweep, but this is already match point for Team Lemon. Team B and Glory, are they really gonna be just letting things slide here, considering that they still have, they still have a chance at a championship? Lots of damage getting delivered against the occultists here of Team Lemon. Heal and of course sustain, and plus the shield being allowed to at least for this cultist to survive, and damage being dealt against the sword mage plus the cultist here of the VN Glory team.
This can be the last game, guys. If Lemon wins this game, they win the whole thing. Now VN Glory team has to do their best to stop that from happening, but we wonder how, judging by their formation right now. They're all over the place. They want to stick together, but Lemon is actually good at dealing all those crowd controls.
And getting their distance on that one.
Okay, one is being pinned down.
Yep, one being pinned down. We still have Chung now here on our camera, ladies and gentlemen, which is actually the sword setting for the side of Team Lemon. Lots of combos being casted available for him. He did shot big damage. Resurrect burned as well by the BN Glory team for their sword mage. Look at that. One member in critical health for Team Lemon. It is going to be the support in critical health. Shield sustains him up, was able to walk away, maintain his distance on that one, whereas the rest of the members of BN Glory just focus on to the front line here of Team Lemon. Team Lemon casted the heal fully with everyone cross-tettered as well together, so that is going to be a lot of offset damage here against BN Glory.
That's true, and Lemon is still surviving. It's not really a problem for them to take care of their lives. Their Paladin, although dead right now, we all know that they still have a lot of Resurrects to use. So, BN Glory team running out of Resurrects. Okay, that was it. That sword mage just died for the last time, and they cannot afford to die anymore, because if they do, there's gonna be no turning back. The point automatically will go to Lemon, and the whole tournament will go to Lemon. They need to take care of it.
They lost their crowd control. They lost their crowd control. They lost their Paladin on that one. It's gonna be very dangerous. Now, camera is set onto Kaim, making sure that he gets closer to the key targets of this team. Sustain being casted one last time over the BN Glory team, and now you can actually see Kaim here focusing towards the occultist. Occultist would need to run on that one. Full burst of that. Kaim is also receiving a lot of hits for himself, but of course he can sustain that one with his own shield, up with his own ultimate. I think, yep, he gets the buff on that one. Still, a Lemon with the upper hand, especially with the damage that they receive. Full set attack here by Kaim. And they remove the Sword Mage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a 3v5 scenario now in favor of Team Lemon. Removes the support. Will also be removing the Mage. It is going to be that Occultist just running for his time. It's actually just standing. He knows what's up. That might be it, ladies and gents. Occultist is down. Down to the last player. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is official. You know? Next, we have another match. This is official, guys. We have a 3-0 sweep for match number 2, and Lemon takes home the championship.
Wow! It is so amazing. For all those 7 games, Lemon won 6 games, and it's still the same. You know, it's just like match number 1 was just a practice for what will happen for match number 2. And congratulations to Lemon.
Still the same.
If I'm gonna pick an MVP for your team, I'm gonna have to pick Kame. Look at that damage, the crowd control. He really did well in leading the team. I swear.
Yes, very precise actually. Especially when shifting through targets, especially when going out and in and out, and also, you know, you have to give it to ML as well on the timings of his skills. Still the highest heal count, you know, for this game. And here we go, guys. This is officially announced. Coming from the group stage, coming from the different qualifiers towards the upper bracket, falls down into the lower bracket finals, and returns to the grand finals for the game 1, game 2, swept through. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the Blaze of Glory C tournament for Revelation Mobile 2023 is none other than Vietnam's Team Lemon.
Look at that, the top 1 Lemon. Oh, congratulations, by the way, you won your prediction too. And VN Glory team for our runner-up, and NVN for our 3rd placer. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, Lemon, you are also automatically part of the Blaze of Glory Finals Global next year, 2024. That is a very exciting news for Lemon, for Vietnam, and for all of Blaze of Glory C.
So that would be like a representative, you know, like a representative team already for the side of the Blaze of Glory C. Congratulations to Team Lemon. I'm very sure that all your guildmates, all your friends in game, your families, they're celebrating with you. Of course, we still have our top 2, you know, Team VN Glory team. They're gonna be taking home 5,000 USD, and yeah, NBN from Team Malaysia, 2,000 USD. Well done for Team NBN.
Wow, guys. It's been an amazing run for Lemon. Even though they lost the upper bracket there, it's like everything was planned. It's just like that was just a practice match against the VN Glory team, so they know how to counter them. But they performed really well, even managing to perform a sweep during the 2nd match there.
And you know, mad props for these teams on really showcasing not just to the players of Revelation Mobile, but to the other players who are watching as well. You know, showing everyone how intense PvP can get, you know, for Revelation Mobile, and how technical it can also get. I've been a fan of MMORPGs, no matter what game, you know, on that one. And one thing I can be sure of is that the PvP aspect is one, if not the most important, really, like variables or aspect that one looks forward towards an MMORPG game. And it you know, usually our MMORPG games, they have large scale PvPs, and they have this, you know, people like esports scale PvPs, and Revelation Mobile really has a good one. So this is a really nice showcase of the game, and not just of the talents and of the players as well for Revelation Mobile, but of course also a nice showcase of the community support, you know, with everyone tuned in, with all the events that has happened as well for this tournament, and making this tournament possible. That is, it's an awesome stuff. It's an awesome experience for everyone, not just for Revelation Mobile, but for esports in general.
Yeah, I remember we reached the 2,000 peak viewers milestone earlier.
Yes.
Thank you everybody for your support, and you know, just let the Blaze of Glory illuminate the path to greatness. And of course, we just have witnessed the birth of new legends, aka Lemon. And remember that it's not just about the destination, but the accelerating journey that unites all of us.
Yes, that's really strong delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to actually commentate and of course witness in the front seat the action that you have seen here in the Southeast Asian Tournament Finals. I am Shinbu, alongside with Pare Jetty. That is the conclusion of the Blaze of Glory Southeast Asia Tournament Finals.
See you guys! Congratulations naman!